All right. We are streaming here. I think we're streaming here. Good deal. All right, so we're gonna look at election impact on crypto tonight, and we're looking at it all, man. We're looking at it presidential. We're looking at Senate races. Might even look at a House race coming up here. So stay tuned and watch this whole thing. We're gonna try to stream this thing for hours. But yeah, let's get started. So if you know my crypto positions, if you know how I like to look at crypto, I like to look at it from kind of a top down. I like to look at it from the inside out, which means I like to look at the macro view and then back it into crypto. And the reason I do that is because everything starts from the top. The sentiment of the economy, how you different decisions made in a country. I mean, these are all things that affect how crypto is going to do. And because the market cap of everything else in the world is much more significant than it is in crypto at this point. We're at a couple trillion, but we're not even a small fraction of the S&P 500 and even smaller fraction of world markets. So it's important to look at daddy first and back into what we might see. So what to expect in crypto markets if we get different outcomes in the selection. So before we start looking at results, we got about 10 minutes till results start coming in. And if we see, hold on, let me sign in my chats here. But if we see markets, 1 second, small. Oh, I'm going to show you guys my password and stuff. Let's not do that. All right. So if we see markets start to react, we're going to watch those. We see results starting to come in, and then in between the results coming in, we're going to go back to market data and talk about crypto and talk about how different results are impacting it. So if you message me, I can't see it right now, I'm sorry. All right, so real quick before we get to some results coming in, we're going to go over Trump versus Kamala. So on the upside in the macro view, I think it's going to be good for small businesses. It's going to be good for a lot of businesses. And the upside is that orders and projects are probably going to be approved on the short term. There's usually a lot of election uncertainty, and in all the businesses I've ever been part of, a lot of decisions aren't made by investors or capital intensive projects, or like ordering more capital items for your sit in your balance sheet, or even stuff that you depreciate that's not on your balance sheet. Sorry, that is on your balance sheet. Anyway, those things kind of get held up, and smaller companies, more risky ventures, whether you're talking like a venture capital thing, or you're talking like building a new building, maybe doing some dirt work, some construction. New oil and gas wells, all that stuff, that is usually held up by the smaller and even medium-sized investors. So I think those projects start to go through. That's the upside to the economy if in a Trump victory. The downside, I think, is going to be tariff risk. And I don't think we've really put our fingers on what would happen with tariffs. I think the good news on tariffs is that I would hope, based on some people close to his campaign that are very intelligent, like Elon Musk, and he's very dependent on tariffs, right? He suggests that tariffs should be slowly implemented. If we're adding new tariffs, and I think that's a good idea. I don't think the previous tariffs were as slowly implemented. I think they were given a heads up that they were going to occur, but not necessarily rolled out slowly. So I think the market will react to that too. I think that's actually part of what we're seeing. I mean, there's not a ton of inflationary data to give us that latest boost in interest rates. Like if you look at the 10-year bond and longer, they've gone up. The yields have gone up, and it's a bounce. I think it's just a bounce. But why did it happen? And I think that's explained by the market bonds pricing in a Trump victory. That's my opinion, because the polls have shown. And markets have shown that they are pricing in a Trump victory. I think you see that in crypto. I think you see it in the S&P and markets. I think you're also seeing it in bonds. And there's an old saying, and I don't remember the exact saying, but something to the effect that the bond market knows what's happening before everyone else does, and I think that's true. A little sip of water there. All right, market reaction. Yeah, we have time for that. Okay, let's get to what I think will happen in a Trump victory. I think a Trump win, might be partially priced in or fully priced in. In that case, I think we're going to see a slight short-term sell-off after the election, possibly. But I don't expect it to last long if it does. That's assuming we get a decision tonight in the election. Yeah, I think with a bunch of projects being approved, businesses will be very, very bullish. I do think we'll see a medium-term positive reaction in markets. I think the first reactions we're going to see are going to be in crypto. I think you're going to see a quick, very nice spike in the crypto market. And you look at the poly market here. The reason I say that is if you've been following, I don't have a plot of it, but if you've been following crypto and this poly market, like the betting markets, predict it's another one, but there are a couple different betting markets for the election. If you've been following the odds of Trump winning versus Kamala winning, it seems that when Trump's chances of winning are increasing in betting markets, then the Bitcoin also goes up. So, wish I saw the same in Ethereum, but Ethereum's just a lagger. I'm gonna have to wait till alt season to see that one. So, that's what I think the market reaction is going to be. I do think if you watch my stuff, I do think that we're looking at a business cycle ending at some point in the next 3 to 4 months. It's getting closer, but I don't think the election has an effect on that, really. I think that's independent. And there are a lot of studies to back that up. All right, now Kamala. Now, if Kamala wins, the upside is going to be more money in the hands of consumers. I think just based on the policies that she's laid out. It's tough to say. I don't think her policies are quite as laid out as Trump's are. But if you look through what she's proposed, a lot of tax credits. There's a housing tax credit, there's a child tax credit. Now, Trump also has the child tax credit, but it also comes without the tariff risk. So I do think we would see pretty quick relief in bond yields if Kamala does win the election. I think the downside, though, I think there's the other argument about the government spending a lot of money, right? So the percentage of spend versus GDP is a very, very important number. It's the measure between countries on how rich and how poor you are. And it just means like how capable are you of servicing your debt, right? How much money are you spending per taxable dollar of your constituent, right, of your population? If you follow that, sorry, not to get overcomplicated, but that basically just tells anyone who's buying a bond or buying, basically investing in that country, by buying their bond, how likely it is that that country is going to be able to pay back its whoever buys it, right? So that's kind of where credit ratings come a little bit. It's one of the factors of credit ratings. So I do think that that is something to keep an eye on because the private sector is much more efficient than the government in terms of productivity. So you've seen recently, in order to kind of counteract this, and it's been about since COVID, we've been spending a lot more money on the government's been spending a lot more money, and government spending has actually contributed about 80% of the GDP in the last quarter, which is a little concerning. And if you look at the numbers, right, you've got what, negative $1 trillion surplus. So, well, that's a surplus, but anyway, I digress. So I think what really matters is the market reaction to that. I think you're going to have a larger initial sell-off from investors because a lot of businesses, a lot of corporations and companies want a Trump victory. You can clearly see that in markets. I do think you're going to have a recovery from that, but eventually, I think what's going to happen, over the long term, is you're going to have the business cycle catch up, and we're going to have a little reset. And that's what recessions are. They're resets. The recession resets is what we should call them. So, can you guys hear me all right? Let me see if you can. Someone chat me. Hello. Let's see if the chat's working. I got a new platform here. Thanks for being here. All right, we got election results coming out in about 3 minutes here. If we look at, we can go through some of these election analysis, but there are a couple Senate races we're watching too. Montana and I believe it's Ohio. Yeah, we've got Ohio here with Brown, and this is Montana. So Montana's a big one. We've got one crypto critic and we've got one pro-crypto candidate. And, the reason the Senate matters is because if we have, by we I mean, pro-crypto people, if we have pro-crypto people in the House and Senate, we're going to be more likely to be able to pass favorable crypto bills. We've got some detractors of crypto in the Senate. I mean, the biggest one is Elizabeth Warren, and I think we're probably going to be getting some sort of crypto legislation in the next 4 years. Now, whether it happens over the next 2 or not, I think it depends kind of how we line up in the Senate. Now, there are Democratic senators and House members that are pro-crypto. So it just happens that Republicans are more likely to be pro-crypto than not. So let me look up that. Let's get this back. See if we have any results coming in from the New York Times here on the presidential race. Yeah, we're supposed to be getting results here in about 2 minutes. So we'll keep this open. Why is it in New York? Please go back to president. Maybe I have to turn my shields off on the Brave browser. It's too crypto for the New York Times. They don't like. All right. Doesn't look like we have any results coming in yet. There are a couple results from Indiana. Yeah, we've got a couple results from Indiana, but this is way too early. So I think they've only gotten a couple counties reporting there. Definitely not the full vote. So let me find those senators. I got a list of the senators here, and I don't know why I can't find it. Well, the two races are important, so I don't want to. There we go. Found them. Major Senate races. So there are a couple races where you've got strong pro crypto Republicans. This is in Pennsylvania, and you've got it in Massachusetts. The problem is Bob Casey in Pennsylvania is the Democratic candidate, and he is very favored to win. I think it's about 80% to 20%. So not a high chance that Bob Casey loses. He's the incumbent, and being from Pennsylvania, I don't even live there anymore, and I know who Bob Casey is. So I think he's got a lot of good name recognition there. And then you've got in Massachusetts, you've got John Deaton is the Republican who's very pro-crypto. And the other one is the famous Elizabeth Warren, who hates crypto and would rather do anything else than support crypto. So you know what I think? I think crypto is the future of business in the world. It's future technology that is going to be integrated with a bunch of other new technologies like AI and machine learning and robots. And I think it's going to be the new financial system that runs the world. And I think people like Elizabeth are a little bit intimidated by that they can't control that as much. So, all right, let's start reloading these results. All right, we've got Indiana called for former President Trump, and Kentucky called for former President Trump. We got Vermont going to Kamala Harris, and these are of no surprise. Of no surprise. I mean, it'll be interesting to see what the makeup of the vote is there. See if either candidate's been able to make up ground on the number of votes. But Vermont, classically very, very liberal and very left-leaning. So no surprise they went to Kamala. And then we've got Indiana, which is a bunch of, it's Indianapolis and a bunch of farmland. And then you got Kentucky, a bunch of mountain land. Beautiful country over there in Kentucky. Indiana, not so much, but, been to both, like the people. All right, let's look at the odds. Let's see if this changes the odds much. I wouldn't expect it to on Polymarket. We have no change. Oh, we've got Trump has dropped. Last time I looked about an hour ago, Trump was up 62%, 61.2%. Now he's down to 58%. So that's a pretty significant drop. Let's see if we can figure out where those came from, where those changes came from. It looks like He's holding steady in North Carolina. I think it was Pennsylvania. Yeah, wow. Harris has closed the lead here in Pennsylvania. Look at that. Look at that change today. Trump is losing ground, and this is a significant state. There aren't a lot of pathways to victory for Trump if he loses Pennsylvania. There definitely aren't pathway. There's less pathways for Kamala, let's just say. So, if you're a crypto enthusiast, you're probably rooting for, if that's your major issue, you're probably rooting for Trump here. Kamala would not be as favorable business or favorable environment, especially if you're a U.S. citizen. If you're international, well, it might be good for you. You might just be able to steal some bunch of market share from any U.S. investors or programmers. So Pennsylvania here is going to be a state to watch. It is going to be a very close state according to the betting markets. And if you look at the results from last election, betting markets were fairly accurate in predicting the outcome of elections. So I really hope that this year we can find we will get a solution and we won't have a no call by the end of the night here. But with Pennsylvania looking so tight, it looks like we might be in for a longer night than I'd like to. So let me test the stream one more time here because this is a new software. It didn't work for me last time. All right, let's go through the rest of the states here. We got Wisconsin is pretty even now. It looks like Harris is ahead in Wisconsin. It looks like that has flipped recently because I remember looking earlier today. Trump was up. It has flipped 1, 2. Looks like it's about to flip a third, maybe even a fourth time there. I can't believe this. I can't believe these flips here in Wisconsin. Wisconsin's going to be really close according to the betting markets. Of course, if you're just checking in the beginning of the show, we talked about how the election could impact crypto and some of the impacts that Trump and Kamala would have on the general macro economy, and how that might trickle down to crypto. Obviously, we didn't talk too much in specific about that, but we'll get back to some of the more specific policies that both of them propose. Obviously, you have Trump was going to conferences, to crypto conferences, touting his favorability and his, basically voicing his support for crypto. And Kamala, I think she attended one event, but it was definitely her support for crypto is much more muted. And, I think she does come from Democratic Party does not support crypto as much. So at least in the U.S., I think development would be much more restricted if we have a Kamala presidency than a Trump presidency. So crypto's a major issue for you. You have definitely an interest in Trump being elected. Of course, there are other issues, but as far as crypto goes, I think Trump's the choice. I think Kamala would put more we have to look at the numbers, but I think if Kamala won the election and Senate remained even, I still think the Senate is more favorable to crypto than Kamala would be, but that's just based off of, it's tough to say because Kamala didn't have a strong crypto policy either way. I kind of felt like she was trying to, not get too specific, but then again, Trump didn't get super specific either, other than, given his really hyped rallies, but he did spend more time from my calculation with the crypto crowd. So I think, actions speak very loudly, and I'm sure he can't be a very educated person on the crypto topic. So, luckily he won't be creating the policies, but it's nice to have somebody in office that's favoring the crypto crowd. I think Trump's just more pro business, and you've got to be very, very risky. You got to be on the leading edge of the curve if you're developing crypto businesses. It's kind of like what developing tech companies was in the early 2000s, right? So you have to have a fairly favorable market conditions, not only market conditions but also government, because you're taking on a lot of risks. So it's got to favor VCs. It's got to favor, it's got to favor smaller companies, right? You got to have laws that don't require all the financial reporting that you get when you have to you have to list a company. So you have all these like financial requirements from FINRA. If you are to start a company in the U.S., all these exchange and get it funded, right? So if you have, because basically what the Democrats, or actually, a lot of politicians say this. It's not just going to put this on Democrats. They say when you buy a crypto coin, it's kind of like investing in a stock because you're basically buying a piece of whatever project, and that's like having a financial interest in in a project, right? What's kind of like a lot of crypto people say, and this is very true, especially for like utility coins, is that when you're buying a utility project, these tokens and coins are used for different functions in the blockchain. So it's not actually a share. Although the value might change depending on like demand of the product or whatever market conditions. That token is still being used for some sort of function in the blockchain. So it shouldn't be treated as a security. And that House law that was presented earlier this year. It had a cutout for people who were, had less than, I think it was about $75 million in shareholders or token holders, right, in the crypto. And so the reason that's important is because if it basically supports fair launches and small teams, just technical guys like engineers or whoever developing a blockchain, launching it on the fair, on the market, and people can decide if they want to put some money into it or not. So it limited the amount of reporting and other requirements that you needed, as long as you maintained a market cap value under a certain threshold. So that obviously didn't pass, but those are the types of favorabilities that I want to see if we get stuff. We want an environment where anyone can start up a crypto project, because you're going to have more. You're just going to have more development of, if it's all regulated to VCs, you're not going to have as much innovation. You just won't, right? You're going to have fewer people decide to start a blockchain on the side and try to grow it. OGPU, one of the projects, it's my favorite project, one of my favorite projects for this cycle, started just like that. It was started by a couple guys who saw an opportunity in the market. They thought they could do better on deep in projects, and that's how we got OGPU. And also you got ABT, ArcBlock. It's very similar. Tao, that guy, Mao. Mao saw an opportunity for a project that supported developers, and he's allowed to build that in the U.S. And now he's at a size where I think he can handle any sort of significant government regulation. But hey, how would he have started off coding that? It would have been tough for him to start off coding that on his own if he had to navigate a complicated regulatory environment. And the reason it would be so complicated in crypto is because the tokens and because the coins that you're developing with have value. It adds almost like a financial piece that you just don't get in a tech startup. Because you have a tech startup, like, you're not offering shares. I mean, you technically are, but you're not offering them on a public market, basically. Not anyone can buy your shares of your tech startup. So managing that is much more simple on a reporting basis than trying to manage a public company with a bunch of shares. So my point of all this is that I think under a Democratic presidency or a Democratic legislator in the U.S., you're going to lean towards, in order to start a crypto company, you're going to have significant financial reporting. So if you're just joining, started off the night in the video talking a little bit about the upside, the macro upsides and macro downsides of having Trump win the presidency and Kamala win the presidency. We just talked about how this could impact crypto. We just touched on kind of the high level of how it could impact the laws that are written for crypto. And let's go back and look if we have any results on the election. So we've got, let's reload this, see if we've got anything coming in. All right, we've got 1% of Virginia reporting. We've got 3% of Georgia, 39% of Florida, and New Hampshire's got a couple. I I found this really interesting website here for Florida today, and Florida is looking, boy, is Florida looking red. So we've got this cycle. We've got Republicans winning so far. They've got 4,600,000 votes. Democrats coming in at 3,300,000. Now we've got a bunch of no party affiliations. I would think in Florida this would split slightly Republican. I don't know what the historic split is on the demographic there, but there's definitely a large firewall there for Democrats to make up on the independent vote, and we'll see if they're able to do it. I mean, there's definitely the number of votes there, but if you take half of, and this is for the presidential election, so if we have 300, 383, 600, 3 million basically. And what do you subtract it by 4,600,000? That's like 1.2 million they have to make up. So out of, it might be a little closer then, huh? So 1.2, yeah, we're at just about half that in the no party affiliation. So they would have to take about 66% of the no party affiliation at this point. And I don't know if everyone's reporting here. But those are results so far. What do we got for Florida? When does Florida close? Florida closes at 8 p.m. Eastern. So they're closing in about 45 minutes. That is not all the results from Florida, but it is a good bit of data for the end of the day. So good on Florida for reporting quickly. I can't believe these guys just say they've got to wait till the end of the week. What is that? Let's look at some other data here. We've got. I found this Twitter feed that's got some pretty good data. We've got some exit poll data. Oh, it looks like we're getting some Georgia exit poll by gender. So it looks like more males are Republicans. All right, great news there. It doesn't really tell us much. Independent voters in Georgia are going 54% Trump and 43% Harris. That is huge swing. That is massive. I mean, what are you there? 11 points? That's a huge difference. That's a massive difference. Florida went +5 to Trump. I guess that's out of everyone. So that's total. If Georgia is true, if that exit poll from NBC is correct, then Trump is definitely winning in Georgia. We'll have to keep an eye on Georgia. Let's see if that moved the poly markets, because that's the type of data that would get people betting. Yep, there it is. That Georgia exit poll swung that vote up for or the likelihood of Georgia to Trump. And Kamala took a beating right there. Wow. And they're starting to report some data too, so maybe we can get some insight on. That's the Senate race. Let's see if we can get the presidential race here. Let's see if we can get some insight on how Georgia is swinging in the polls. Not the polls, but the real results. Come on, Georgia. What do we got here? We've got Georgia right now is favored. So Kamala favored by, 3 points right now? Yeah, in Georgia. That's with 100,000 votes in. Now, I know there was, I believe there was a firewall in. By firewall, I mean, I think Republicans had a couple 100,000 votes on. Let's see if we could find. That data. I thought she had a couple hundred. All right, let's look for the eData guy. He has really good data on the early voting. Let's see if we can find Georgia. No Georgia. It's got to be here. Because this will tell us how much more they need to make up. All right, there it is. So Republicans, had 130,000 vote firewall, and that means that Looks like Democrats, though, were showing up in better numbers than they had in the previous election. So Democrats are looking to make up that 130,000 firewall of early voting. And if they could do that, then they could pull Georgia, which is a significant amount of electoral votes. I mean, what are we looking at there? We're looking at 16 electoral votes, which would be a big one. So this map right here is 27 to win. You can kind of change it as you like, and this is mirrors exactly what Polymarket mirrors right now. So I set it to be the odds on Polymarket, and all right, looks like with that Georgia exit poll data, Trump went up to 61% likelihood to win the election. And of course, this is all going to tie back into how crypto markets are going to do. But and this is fun. This is fun. I am enjoying this. Some of the movements in the Polymarket polls have been insane today. I don't think it was. Nevada's tightening. So Trump had a massive lead in Nevada earlier this week, and looks like last week here, and it's been very volatile. And they almost crossed over earlier today. It's now close to 50-50 odds. I mean, as far as like if this was a poll, if there's actually votes, this would be a very easy margin for Donald Trump. But because these are betting markets, this is a very, very close, very, very close. It's telling me that people are not convinced that it'll be a decisive victory for either candidate here. Also, Arizona looks like must have had some exit poll data or something, because Trump is he's just taking the lead here. I think Arizona was pretty safely in the Trump camp, and before today, I think that Kamala kind of stopped campaigning there. I think the Trump campaign felt very confident about that one as a win. So no huge surprise if Arizona does go to Trump. Let's look at some of the other states here. Other swing states. So Michigan has gone very heavy to Kamala. I think there was I saw a lot of articles about Kamala being strong here, but I was confused because the betting markets definitely favored. What's up, Ivan? I did talk about OGPU a little bit. I compared it. I was talking about how it's important to have. OGPU is a great project, but they decided to incorporate in Singapore, and as an American, kind of disappoints me. I would have loved to have them here in the U.S., and I would love to have, if not, they don't want to because they're better for them geographically. Then I understand that, but it'd be great to have more crypto projects and a crypto industry in the U.S. I might just join up, start my own someday if if we get the environment that lets us start crypto companies easily. All right, where was I? Yeah, Michigan. So Michigan, was kind of called towards. It's kind of called for what's her name, Kamala, earlier in the week, and about 2 weeks ago, and I was doubting it because we had doubting that poll because Trump had a good lead in the betting markets, but it looks like that's switched. We've had 3 lead changes in the last month for Trump. Yeah, Michigan's been all over the place. Had 1, 2, 3, 4 lead changes on the betting markets for Michigan. So as far as the betting markets are concerned, Michigan is a complete toss-up. I wonder what the exit polls are saying, but it looks like the exit polls are favoring Kamala if she's doing so. She's up 60% to 40 to Trump. Wisconsin is really tight, and looks like Harris took the lead there because Trump had the lead it was a couple days ago, and Harris has taken it back. Also very volatile. So let's look at what happens if Kamala takes Wisconsin and Michigan. She's at 251 based on that map, the Polymarket map. But Yeah, there's still definitely paths to victory. She'd also have to win. She'll also have to win Pennsylvania. Let's go back to that. She'll also have to win Pennsylvania. So let's give her PA, and let's give her so 270 for Kamala. Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. A win in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania would give Kamala the win. Now, I think the Trump campaign was very confident in winning Wisconsin, but the betting markets aren't as confident. They're not so much. Not so much. Ooh, what happened here? What is this? Pennsylvania. All right. Pennsylvania. These two numbers should add up. Otherwise, it's a massive arbitrage. Or Jill Stein's going to win Pennsylvania. If you don't know Jill Stein, she's a third-party candidate. She's got no votes. Practically has got no votes. So we're sitting. So Kamala's sitting at. She had that spike up. Trump's remained even here. Oh, I gotta plug in my computer. Excuse me. I think I forgot my charger. One second, guys. I'm just plugging this guy in. Get some juice. Getting some juice. There we go. All right. That is interesting. Let's see if there's an exit poll to support that. All right. Pennsylvania exit polls. So, man, that's looking tight. NBC is reporting Trump 47%, and it's only one point advantage on the exit poll compared to Harris sitting at 46. So that was about an hour ago. I think that's when we saw the spike on Polymarket too. So if you're betting on these elections in Polymarket, I recommend you following this OSZ guy. He's posting real-time updates on different exit polls and different results coming in. So you don't get caught alongside one of these trades. Is anyone here betting on Polymarket? Throw it in the chat if you're betting on Polymarket. If you got any bets open. I wanted to bet on Polymarket, but it's not open to U.S. citizens, so I did not bet. Let's see. There are a couple states where I thought there were some arbitrages, like Arizona, and maybe I was going to place like this really long shot bet on New Hampshire because I saw some data that showed New Hampshire was favoring the early votes were favoring Trump, which is interesting because New Hampshire's pretty solidly blue for the Democrats. But any movement on the overall odds? Let's take a look. Not really right now. Let's see what the polls or what the votes are coming in at. So we've got, these are the Senate elections. Sanders wins New Hampshire. No surprise there. We're watching Ohio and we're watching Montana on the Senate races. Two very important Senate races for crypto. We've got a pro-crypto Republican in Ohio. His name's Brown, and we've got a anti-crypto Democrat there. Let's see if we've got the full list. We've got the full list here. Anyway, we're ways away from Montana. Polls closing. They close at 10 p.m. Eastern, which is 8 p.m. my time. That's about 3 hours from 2.5 hours from now. Let's see. Ohio polls, they're going to close. When are Ohio polls closing? Ohio polls are closing at 5:30 or my time, or 7:30 Eastern time. So they're closing in about 4 minutes. So we'll get some data coming out of Ohio. Ivan, you feeling bullish on a crypto win today? You feeling bullish on crypto after the election? What are you guys feeling on crypto? Election crypto. All right, let's get back to the presidential results. They've called Indiana and Kentucky for the Republicans and Vermont for the for the Democrats, which gives them, what do they got there? That's Vermont's 3 electoral votes, Indiana's 11, and Kentucky's 8. Let's do a live one. Let's do a live map. Because I think a live map would be fun, right? 27 to win interactive map. Let's make all these blank. Can I reset it? There isn't a tool to just reset it. There we go. That way there's only 2 choices. We know Colorado's going Democrat. Hawaii, Democrat. Alaska, Republican for sure. All right. Let's reset this map. I wish there... Oh, there it is. Oh, no. Blank map. There we go. All right. We've got Vermont for Democrats. We've got Indiana and Kentucky for the Republicans. 3 electoral votes for the Democrats and 19 for the Republicans. Polymarket right now predicting a Trump victory, 62% to 39%. Looks like Trump's up about 3% today. Kamala's down about 3%. Still a very close race. Still very close. Let's look at the odds for the House and the Senate. Senate is leaning very heavy to Republican. And, Trump, like we said, is about 60%. And Senate, Republican Senate would be very good for crypto. There's 2 Senate races where we are Republicans are up against very anti-crypto candidates, and both Republicans in those states are very pro-crypto and received a lot of donations from crypto super PACs like this one, Stand With Crypto politicians. So Montana, Ohio, big races in the Senate for United States crypto. Let's look. We got 1 minute until we've got polls closing in North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. So we're going to learn a little bit about this Ohio Senate race in a couple minutes here. An Ohio Senate race, I think it's a big deal. Hey, if you guys are watching, throw me a comment. Tell me where you guys are watching from. Or throw me a like. Help me get this feed out there. We're sitting, let's see if I can get, you guys hear me all right? All right, looks like we got West Virginia in for Trump. No big surprise there. Starting to see some reporting out of these 7:30 p.m. states. Let's see if we've got some... I don't want to set up my free account. Let's see if we got any results from Ohio on the Senate race. West Virginia's reporting nothing from Ohio yet. Final results expected 1 minute ago. Yeah, you're late. You're late. It looks like an innate silver poll that Moreno and Brown. Looks like Moreno, the pro-crypto candidate, is favored in the polls. So let's see how it breaks out on the voting. We're expecting results here any minute now. Any minute for Ohio, which is a very important crypto race. But no reporting yet. The polls did close 1 minute ago, so we'll just keep an eye on that. And North Carolina is also supposed to close, which is a big swing state for the presidential election. And let's see what the odds are in North Carolina. So sitting 70-30, 71-30. It looks like the betting markets think Trump is trending in the right direction for the win there. Let's see if we have any exit poll data on North Carolina. Seeing nothing here yet. We did see that Trump is projected to outperform Indiana by 1.4% compared to 2020. So, telling us that we've got a little bit of more excitement on the Republican side, at least in very conservative Indiana. It'll be interesting to see if that translates into some of the bluer parts of the country, like the Californias, the New Yorks, etc. And it would be interesting to look in Vermont. I don't know if we've got full. I don't know how many polls we have responding in Vermont. How many counties? I mean, responding. No votes reported. All right. Georgia. Right now we've got. When's Georgia closed? Georgia has closed. Georgia closed at 5. Georgia closed 30 minutes ago, and we've got 8% of the vote in Georgia. Trump is up 60% compared to Kamala, but it's important to keep in mind that these numbers are going to change drastically over the course of the night. Especially until we get up to at least 80%. Just depends on which counties are reporting. Obviously, your big cities like Atlanta and it's out towards Columbus and Augusta. We're gonna have to wait to get to those results before we can call this victory either way to Donald or Kamala. We just have to wait for their more data. Even though it looks good, but you have a lot of rural counties reporting right now, so a little bit meaningless. Trump is winning the rural counties, which we expect. So let's see if we get some of that Vermont data. So it looks like we have 7% of the votes in for Vermont, and Kamala has a 33-point lead on that. That state. That'll probably tighten a little bit, but I don't imagine by too much. That's a solid blue state. Any other states reporting? We should have Ohio results, though. Those Ohio guys are lacking. They're slacking. Let's see if we have any Senate results. I mean, Senate's probably going to come in later than presidential election votes, so I could see it taking a little while to get strong data from Ohio. Yeah, Ohio's Senate race is a bit of a toss-up compared to the others. And then on Montana, the Montana Republican is slightly favored in that race. So we're standing pretty good, but I think it also depends on how much the vote Republicans or Democrats get out. Whoever comes out to vote stronger will determine these toss-up Senate votes or Senate races. I think that's what it's really going to come down to. Like, who's more excited to vote? So, all right, I think we're hitting a little bit of a wall here as far as results. So we're going to give the pollsters a little more time to pull the data in. But I want to look at the difference between some of the betting markets. So, Polymarket is a crypto site for sure. And Polymarket has favored Trump at higher margins than its competitor, and competitor is Predictit. So Predictit is calling the race a lot closer than Polymarket, but I'd say it's a little less biased as far as you've got crypto guys voting in a crypto betting market. Who do you think they're going to vote for? Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious. I think they're gonna vote for Trump, or at least bet more on Trump than they will for Kamala. So the race is been tight on Predictit for a while. I mean, we've been close for the last time. The biggest lead that Trump had was back in October 26th. And now we're back to Kamala took the lead on Predictit for a couple days last weekend, and Trump closed the gap here recently, but it's looking 50-50 on predicted. So it'll be interesting to see who is, how Polymarket does compared to predicted, which one was more accurate. So I mean, like, I would have to see a pretty big Trump win right now to say that, because Polymarket's been consistently favoring Trump. So if we do see a big we'd have to see like a landslide win to say that Polymarket was more accurate, in my opinion, because that gap has been bigger. But look at these races; they're tightening up. They're tightening up. Pennsylvania tightening up. Oh, it did. It looks like Trump is starting to pull away on the betting markets. Do we have any data? Let's see if we've got some data to show that. Yeah, we got that 1 point. That's the only exit poll I've got for Pennsylvania. But there must be some other data out there because he's really pulling away in Pennsylvania right now. We'll see if that keeps up. The Pennsylvania polls don't close until 8 p.m. and Pennsylvania doesn't share any of their early vote counts. So they're not allowed to share any votes until the polls close. So we've got to wait for at least another 22 minutes to see results from Pennsylvania. And let's go check and see if Ohio has reported it yet. Looks like we've got some data in for Ohio. Ohio, we've got 49% of the vote, 49.6% of the vote going to Marino, and we've got 47.8% going to Brown so far. So that is about a 1,400 or 1,360 vote lead for the crypto senator or the pro-crypto senator. So good news so far. But we only have 1% of the total vote. So not too much to read into there, guys. Not yet. Georgia's got 9% of the estimated vote being reported, and we've still got a nice strong lead. Or Trump's got a nice strong lead there still, but plenty of polls yet to report. Still, the night is young. The night is young in Georgia. Oh, it looks like we've got. What is this? Looks like North Carolina's got 2% of the vote reporting. Very insignificant. Looks like Harris is up by 30 points. It's still way too early to make any calls on this. Just not enough votes reported. But she's coming out strong with an early lead. Look at some of these counties in the triangle. North Carolina's triangle. Tech Triangle. It's Greensboro, Charlotte, and Raleigh are voting very, very blue. So, no surprise that Raleigh's voting blue. Not a huge surprise we're seeing blue near Charlotte, but some of these counties out in the boonies here, they're looking pretty blue. So let's see if that changed the odds on Polymarket at all for North Carolina. Boy, that would be wild if for all the polls that came in, if Harris took North Carolina, that would be wild, absolutely wild. I would be shocked. But as I say, I've seen crazier things happen. Let's see. Yeah, look at that. The polls are moving a little bit on that early vote report. North Carolina did, if I remember, they had a pretty strong Democrat firewall. Republican firewall. Pretty strong. I thought it was like 30% higher than last year compared to, or last election, in 2020. Let's find that data. Now this guy's got some interesting data. I really liked what he put together here. But these were just projections on early votes. So he just said, hey, this is what early voting did in 2020, and we're going to make assumptions based on the turnout in 2024, which, I get the idea behind his method. The only problem with his method is 2020 had a lot more mail-in ballots because of COVID. So I don't know if you can make these, like a 1-to-1. But that's just my opinion. North Carolina. There it is. All right. How did the early vote turn in? Yeah, so North Carolina had, only 10%. That's right. He had an error in his model, so it's a 10% lead. So Republicans have only a 40,000 vote firewall, which over 3 million votes isn't that much. I mean, they made a big percentage change in their firewall, but not a huge vote number firewall. So I think that's easily overcomeable. Is that a word? It's a word now. I think you could easily overcome that if you're the Democrats. So we're going to have to watch, definitely watch North Carolina closely. Being a swing state, it was already going to watch it, but I think we've got to watch even closer now. New Hampshire polls have closed, and let's see if we can't find some data on New Hampshire, because there's the thing about New Hampshire's early vote. There's a famous county in New Hampshire, or town in New Hampshire, and they all vote at midnight, and the town is 6 people. It's kind of a cool tradition. In I think it was 2020. Yeah, 2020. All 6 people voted for Biden, so they all voted Democrat. And then this year, it split 6-6. So we had, 3-3. So we had 50-50 out results in that little town. And we'll see if that's the question is that a harbinger for, or is that a predictor for how the rest of New Hampshire votes? But we'll find out. It looks like so far with 10% of the vote reporting, we've got Kamala Harris reporting 39,000 votes basically, and Donald Trump at 31,300. So I've got a lot of votes that need to be reported. But looks like we've got a couple rural counties reporting, and then mostly cities other than that. So no assumptions to be made there yet. Florida is up 10 points to the Republicans, which is wild. What was Florida last time? Let's look at Florida in 2020. I've got the data here. I have got the data. All right. Oh, I thought I had Florida in front of me. So in order for, let's just talk about this real quick, because this is very interesting to me, how each candidate is going to have to win. It comes down to demographics, really is what it's going to be. In the 2016 election, for example, Trump did terrible with Latino voters. In 2020, he did slightly better, but this year, based on some of the early voting in Florida, out of Florida, it looks like he is dominating Latino voters, which is very surprising. Specifically, Latino immigrants, which is pretty surprising if you think about his platform versus Kamala's platform. Kamala spent a lot of time being immigrant friendly, but it's definitely a little bit of a dichotomy to have these immigrants, who just say, hey, we don't like your policies. We prefer, Trump's economic policies over your, social policies. So I thought that was I was very surprised with that. I'll just put it that way. Let's look at the demographic data like I was talking about. So what do we got here? Critical demographic data for Kamala Harris. Where did I put that sheet of paper? Where is that piece of paper? Got Kamala's platform? No. We talked a little bit about that. Trump's platform? Didn't really talk about that. A little bit. You know what? I have it in a Word document, so let's go to the Word document. And we are about an hour in. I didn't realize how much of a marathon this was going to be. Can't believe those guys do interviews with podcasts for like 3 hours. These guys are wild. All right. I think we're in the middle of vote reporting. Or, Yeah, we've got West Virginia, Indiana. No new news here. So we've got Ohio reporting a couple. 5% of votes in. So before we, get any more vote in, before we can make any other assumptions on what's going on, let's talk about the difference in crypto policies between Trump and Kamala. So, Donald Trump positioned himself as a strong supporter of cryptocurrency. Visiting blockchain conferences, especially the Bitcoin conference. He visited a couple of them. He, the way Trump talks. But he promised to make U.S. the crypto capital of the planet. What would be the crypto capital right now? If you had to call it. What would you say it is? I don't know, Singapore maybe? Binance is in Singapore, supposedly. Binance hasn't really published its location of its office, but reportedly they've got a secret office in Singapore. He also... A big one that I think would be a massively positive change for crypto in the U.S. is he would remove SEC Chair Gary Gensler. Gary is famous in the crypto world for just attacking crypto. I mean, he is. You could be more crypto unfriendly, but he's been very unfriendly to crypto. Coming out and trying to regulate crypto through the SEC by trying to define, what crypto is. I mean, it's one strategy. I don't agree with it. I think it's a crap way to try to regulate crypto. I really think Congress should, get together and pass a crypto bill and say, hey, this is how we're defining crypto. Instead, you have Gary Gensler who, as a regulating body, they would come after crypto and they would, with a lot of uncertainty too. That's what I don't like about it. They would say, hey, if you're a utility token, it's fine. But these are the tokens that we deem as securities, and you're going to have to follow securities laws. But then he would waffle and start to change his minds and call additional tokens securities. It almost felt like he was just trying to get away with whatever he could regulate whatever he could. Dropping. For a while there, he was dropping tons of lawsuits until XRP won that lawsuit, and the Bitcoin ETF was approved. ETFs were approved, and then there was massive support for ETH ETFs, and ETH ETFs getting approved. So once the ETH ETFs got approved, though, the way the law is written, it basically meant that ETH wasn't security. So, kind of redefined Gary Gensler's, shifted his power in going after projects like ETH. So, I still think he's super unfriendly to crypto. And to be honest, I think the only reason that Gary Gensler stopped prosecuting crypto so aggressively is because we had a presidential election cycle. And if you remember in the spring and early summer, Trump gained a lot of popularity in the crypto space, and that added up to, I've seen estimates that it was anywhere from 1 point to 5% of the vote was, influenced significantly by Trump's position on, positive position on crypto. And the reason that's important is because if you're the competing candidate, if you're the competing party, you have to look at that. Most elections or last 2 decades have been won by less than 3 points, less than 3%. In a given state, even less than that. The last election, I think Georgia was won by 12,000 votes. That's a really small fraction of the votes. So the point being is Gary Gensler was pressured. This is not official. This is not reported, but he definitely felt pressure from the administration and from the Democrats to stop going after crypto projects and trying to prosecute them, because it made the Democrats look bad, and Trump gained a lot of popularity by being favorable to crypto. So competition's good. Competition is definitely good in politics, but it goes both ways. So anyway, Trump would remove SEC Chair Gary Gensler. I think that would be very, very good for crypto. He did launch his own cryptocurrency venture. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know. I don't really like politicians in my business, but you could also make the argument that that would help. That would give crypto businesses more favorable laws. But on the downside, if he has a bigger business, then he could influence laws being written to increase regulatory capture, which just means that you need more capital to compete in spaces that bigger companies already have businesses in. So it makes it harder as a smaller company, as a startup, right? I doubt that would be significantly the case, but I still don't like it. He also pledged to ease regulations on the crypto industry. No big surprise there. He's an anti-regulation guy, so that makes a lot of sense. Kamala Harris has made supportive statements about the crypto industry. Absolutely. I think she needs to support crypto. That's what I'm saying. It's not just Trump, having any major political candidate come out and speak positively about the crypto industry, and especially especially when you get positive response from voters on that, you're going to get an environment where other people also have to, show favor to that industry. Otherwise, they, basically lose those votes. And it was significant enough that Kamala picked it up as well. Previously, though, the Democrats, they weren't anti-crypto, but they didn't really want to talk about it. They were a little wishy-washy on policy. Of course, you've got the most anti-crypto people anymore, at least. I think it was different 5 years ago, but today you can say the most anti-crypto people are generally Democrats. I think Elizabeth Warren is the head of that dragon. What else has she done? She has acknowledged that blockchain has potential across various sectors, which is good and obviously true, and emphasized the need for balanced regulation that fosters innovation while ensuring consumer protection. Yeah, I mean, that's the goal of any regulation, right? I guess my biggest concern would be the ensuring consumer protection. I do feel like she might go a little far on the consumer protection, just based off of what, I don't know how many policies she'd inherit from Gary Gensler, but Gary was he's a little aggressive with his consumer protection arguments. And I only say that because he used that as the argument for most of his regulations. But you know, I guess if you want to make laws, if your job is to make laws, and you judge yourself on how many laws you make, you'll try to make any argument you can. When in fact, crypto helps tons of investors, start new lives. It's an incredible wealth building vehicle if you do it intelligently. So, anyway, I digress. Guys, we are 1 hour, 10 minutes into this thing. I don't have the stamina of Joe Rogan, so I'm going to go hit the bathroom before the next round of polls close. We've got 2 minutes till that happens, so I'll try to make it very quick. But in the meantime, you know what we're going to do? We're going to watch some coverage. Let's see. We'll see if anyone's got some election coverage. Who's Steve Koraski? Oh, NBC, yeah, I like it. NBC's usually got decent.
Program was launched to put
They usually have decent coverage. So let's watch some NBC. I'm gonna hit the restroom, and I will be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere.
State-specific phenomenon, what this poll is picking up in Iowa. Remember, abortion has been front and center there the last few months. A 6-week ban went into effect statewide over the summer. There's 2 congressional races. There are millions of dollars being spent on them in the state on the issue of abortion. Is it driving something in Iowa we're not going to see necessarily elsewhere, or is it a ripple effect that we will feel elsewhere? The most obvious place to look, if it is, would be in Wisconsin. I just want to show you this. This is what Iowa looked like in 2020. Look at all the red on there. Now, I'm just going to go back to the last election before Donald Trump became the Republican standard bearer. This was Barack Obama in 2012. Look how much blue you saw on this map. There's no state in the country with more Obama-Trump counties than Iowa. The second most, though, would be right here in Wisconsin. And again, this is 2012 in Wisconsin. This is Obama. This is Trump last time. Look at all that red. Demographically, lots of similarities, lots of overlaps. So if something is happening in Iowa that's spilling over more broadly, this is the first place you would look, Wisconsin. But as you say, Kristen, the fact of this poll catching everybody's surprise raises a reality. We have not seen much polling outside of the core battleground states this entire campaign. We've just assumed, both parties have assumed, there's not much to see there. But if there is, where else could you look? I'll give you one to look at early on election night, and it's New Hampshire. Polls close mostly at 7 o'clock. Biden won this by 7. 2016, though, this was the closest state that Clinton won, that she came the closest to losing. Look at that, a 3,000 vote margin. J.D. Vance is in New Hampshire today for the Trump campaign. This could be an early test if, in general, things are happening outside the battleground we haven't been talking about.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
All right, back, guys. We are back.
Welcome back. We are just a few hours into Election Day, but polls across the country.
All right, we're getting some closures now. It is 8 p.m. Eastern, and we're going to get some closures a lot of states now. Results are really starting to come in. Pennsylvania just closes, which is one of the largest battleground states. Basically, whoever wins Pennsylvania has a really good chance of winning the election. Trump has a much higher likelihood to win the election if he wins Pennsylvania. Kamala is going to have a really tough time doing it without Pennsylvania because Arizona is favored very highly for Trump at this point, and Nevada is leaning Trump if Nevada goes, and Georgia goes to Trump. It's looking pretty good for Trump in Georgia based on the exit polls now. He also looked good in early voting. If that trend continues, it's going to be very hard for Kamala to find a path to victory. So Pennsylvania is a very important state for Kamala. It's also important for Trump, but just there are avenues. And then looks like Trump's lead in the early voting has degraded a little bit there. At least the betting markets don't think that he's as likely to win. He didn't get too high there, but for a while on the early voting, he looked like he could possibly pull off New Hampshire. Does not look like that is as likely right now. So let's go look at the results see if we get any data from some of these battleground states like Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, wow. So in Pennsylvania, to understand what's going on in Pennsylvania and the importance of it, Democrats had about a 400,000 vote firewall, which means that Democrats have to show up during election day, and they have to overcome that 400,000 vote firewall that was created by the Democrats through early voting. Now, the good news for Republicans is that they usually show up in higher numbers on election day, and that's attributed mostly to men. So women are more likely to vote in mail-in early, and men usually show up during election day. At least in Pennsylvania, we only have 3% of the polls reporting. We've got some polls in Pittsburgh reporting, that's going to go blue. You got all the colleges there, and so yeah, that is no surprise. Let's see if we get an update from Georgia. Trump is up by 11 points, and looks like we have a lot of Atlanta that needs to report yet. Augusta has some results coming in. Savannah, very blue, coming in. We do have a bunch of the more rural counties that have yet to report, and those will likely favor Trump. But we still have a lot of votes left to report. Georgia, that race is very far from over. Pennsylvania, like I said, it's only got 3%, leaning very heavy. These voting margins can swing significantly until we have more polls reporting. I do want to look at Florida. I'm just interested in what Florida turnout is compared to what they turned out last election cycle, because it's going to tell us what it could tell us what the minority vote might do, specifically the Latino and the immigrant demographic. Let's go over to Florida, see where we got. So Florida reporting 55% so far to Trump. Looks like Trump has been called in Florida already. We've got more than 9 million votes reported. We have some cities. Man, that's surprising. I did see one of the most surprising pieces of data I saw so far was we had. Oh, what do we have? We had Miami-Dade County. It was going Republican by 2 points, and you would think Miami would be a very liberal, very easy win for the Democrats, right? But no, we have it favored to Trump. So, and these are vote reports from today. These are voting results from today. It's very surprising. And I know, I'm Crypto Channel here, but having a lot of fun, man. Having a lot of fun looking at this election results, because I think if we get a Trump win, it might have a little bit of a correction and sell-off because we got some stuff priced in. But overall, I think we're going to see some excitement. I think we're going to see markets fly. So let's look at what crypto markets are doing based on the results of this election so far. Looks like crypto hasn't moved much. We're going to look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin is on an upward trend over the last couple days. In the last couple hours, I think if we get a Trump win, I think as the likelihood of Trump, if we move right now, Trump's predicted to win, right? We've got in the markets, but these markets can just swing wildly. I don't know if you remember 2020 when I went to bed. I thought some news outlets had called Trump to win the election. I wake up in the morning and Joe Biden was it switched. Joe Biden was called to win the election. So the swings we can see tonight could be absolutely wild. And we look at this volatility already. Look, I mean, we've swung. What was that? 16 points already just today, and we're just getting into some of the election results. So definitely gonna be interested in how Bitcoin reacts, and I think what we will see is we're gonna see if Trump like Bitcoin's going to follow the betting markets until the election is called. And if if the election is called for Trump, I think Bitcoin's going to go up till we get to about 98, 99, maybe 97% here on Polymarket. And then I think you're going to see a little bit of a sell-off because I think some of the Trump win is priced in crypto. So that is my prediction of what's going to happen. Not financial advice for you. But, yeah, I got my buddies texting me here. He's like, hey, if Trump wins, he thinks Doge is going to go through the roof, which I think is a pretty good prediction. I mean, you got Doge is going to be the new Department of Government Efficiency run by Elon Musk under the Trump presidency. So that is a good meme bet. That's a great meme bet. You know what? I might throw some money in Doge just for the fun of it. I'm going to do that right now. Anyone else want to join me in a little bit of Doge betting action? I could if Kamala wins. I don't think we're gonna see. I don't think we're gonna see a response in Doge. I think we're gonna see Doge go to the floor. But because we're looking at a 70% likelihood of Trump winning in the betting markets right now, I'm gonna buy me some Doge. Probably a little late on the party, but this bet's just for fun. What do you think? $1,000 in Doge just for fun. I'll do a little less than that. All right, I got me some Doge. I'm in it. Not financial advice. This is just a fun bet. Fun bet. See what happens. And these markets could completely change by the end of the night. I could be crying off that bet, but I think it's fun either way. Gotta have a little skin in the game. Gotta have a little skin in the game. Make it fun. All right, let's see if we got any more material results coming in. Looks like we've added some votes to Georgia. Last time we looked here, we were like 3%. So we're up to 37%. Trump's got a really good lead. We're still waiting on some results from Atlanta area. And looks like Savannah's got some results coming in. I wish we could look per county how many we have coming in. But, yeah, I don't think we've got a ton there. This is pretty interesting data here. It could show us the trend of what we might expect, and it looks like a lot of the rural counties are going more Trump. No big surprise there, but this big differential though. We're seeing some of these rural counties like Stevens going 4 points more to Trump this year than they did last election cycle. And you know what that means to me? It means that voter turnout. So, and these are polling stations or polling counties that voting counties that have 9% of the vote in. So you can consider these pretty much final results. But that tells me you got the rural voters in Georgia at least showing up strong to the polls. All these rural counties are showing significantly more turnout for the Republicans. So far in the rural, at least in the rural counties. We're seeing positive results for the Trump campaign. Now, Kamala currently leading in North Carolina. North Carolina is turning out super blue, and I think this is surprising. You had the hurricane hit, and you had a lot of people theorizing that the country or the state would go more Republican because of some of the FEMA responses or lack responses that we heard about, but still a lot of votes to come in yet. We got 92% of the vote coming in yet. Let's go back to the live stream, see if we get some updated data here from NBC. Oh, hold on, we're in an ad. Let's see if we can get results from Ohio Senate race real quick. We're watching that Ohio Senate race. To see if we get Monero in. He's a favorable candidate for crypto. He's a pro-crypto senator, and we obviously want to see pro-crypto Senate. If we see a Republican Senate that's pro-crypto, we're gonna get more favorable regulations. Look at that. Okay, the Ohio Senate race is going towards, with 26% of the vote reporting. We've got the Democrat, the anti-crypto senator, Sherrod Brown, winning with 776,000 votes, and the Republican 740,000 votes. So looks like that's going to be a tight one. It doesn't look like it looks like it's a bit of a ticket split, meaning that you've got guys voting for Republicans on the on the presidential ballot, but then you have people splitting their tickets and voting for the Democrat on the Senate race. So that'll be an interesting one to watch throughout the night. But let's go back and see what we've got on. We got NBC here. Oh, this is MSNBC. We know where that's going to go. Let's see if we can find NBC election results. I just want the NBC stream. There we go. Full night coverage. All right, here we are. I don't know why I don't have any audio coming in. Let me work on this. Looks like we've got South Carolina called for President Trump. Huh. No audio. That's a bummer. All right. Well, I'll work on that. While I work on that, let's go back to the betting markets, see if any of these new results have changed. So Trump is up. He was as low as about 58. Oh, but he's back down. He was at 71% likelihood to win on Polymarket. Now he's down to 68.3. Harris at 32%. She's down 9% on the day. Trump is up 3% on the day, likelihood to win the election. It looks like we have a change in the odds in Wisconsin. Wisconsin was 50-50 earlier today. Now he's at 60% to win. Today, 63. Let me correct myself. 63% likely to win Wisconsin right now. There must be some exit poll data because polls do not close in Wisconsin yet until 9 p.m. Eastern or 7 p.m. Mountain Time. That would be 8 p.m. Local time there. So Trump is making significant gains in the betting markets on Polymarket in Wisconsin. That is big news. It looks like Trump and in Michigan, it looks like Trump is remaining steady. It looks like Kamala took a little bit of, this is the last hour. Looks like Kamala took a little bit of a lead and then fell back off in Michigan. Michigan is not closing until, I don't have my list. Oh, closing at 8 o'clock. Okay, most of the polls close at 8 o'clock. That would be 6 p.m. my time. So we should be starting to get results out of Michigan. Let's see what we've got as far as votes returned in Michigan. We've got no reporting polling stations in Michigan yet, so we're going to have to wait for those results. All right, let's see if we can get sound back on NBC.
Feel confident about weight loss with compounded semaglutide.
All right. Sorry for the technical difficulties here on the sound, but we'll find a stream. There we go. We're on the governor's races, so we're just gonna mute that here for a second. All right, we finally got some more polling data, or more, results coming in. We've got 2% of Michigan reporting. Harris is up 46%. Let's go back. Really not enough to make any sort of calls there. We've got Detroit polls reporting. Then we've got some Northern Glove there. Some of the North Glove is reporting for Michigan. Only 2%. We'll come back when we get some more data reported there. Georgia, we finally got 44% in. All right, we got some significant results here in Georgia. We're nearing half the counties reporting here, at least half the votes. Anticipated votes reporting here. Trump is up by 2,700,000 votes right now. We still are missing some of the key counties in Atlanta, which are definitely going to go. We anticipate at least that they're going to go blue. I'd be surprised if they didn't. So they're going to go to Kamala. Georgia, very important swing state for the Democrats. Definitely important. Well, it's important for Trump too. But if we start to see some of these break, we're going to see some of these betting markets. Like if we see Georgia, Michigan, and Pennsylvania start to break one way or the other, we're going to start to see moves in poly market, and we're going to start to see moves in crypto. So my Doge bet, it could totally tank if we see Harris starting to make gains. So staying really even on the odds here. So no significant data coming in. Let's see what we've got. Oh, the AP. We've got the AP. There we go. All right. Let's pull up the AP, see what they've got to say. Nothing. The AP's silent. All right, let's see if NBC went back to... We got some results. We got 99 electoral votes towards Trump right now. 27 votes projected to Harris. Looks like we've got Republican governor in Vermont. That's interesting. I'd love to look into that. And then Democratic governor of North Carolina decided today. Senate so far uncalled for in the two. There's no call on the two crypto states that are important, Ohio and Montana. We have. All right, this. Let me mute this for you guys. Let's get it kind of annoying. We have nationwide Trump leading the popular vote. We expect that to shift. We expect Harris to win the popular vote, but we're hoping that we can get Trump on the electoral vote. So give us a crypto-friendly government environment in the U.S. That's what we're hoping for. And NBC reporting that black and white voters move in different directions. Now, I think this is a very interesting stat to look at because there's been reports that the Republicans have made significant grounds, or at least Trump has made significant progress in the black vote, which would be which he needs to do in order to win the election. Unfortunately, that link is not a good link. All right, tons of House seats to be decided. Let's see if we can pull up some live analysis from anyone except for MSNBC. I don't feel like they are very. I feel like they're very biased right now. So I think CNN's a little more even. Let's see if CBS. Let's see how CBS is. All right, you're gonna be quiet there.
Want to keep your hairline where it is? Through Hims.com, you can explore a range of options that work best for you, so you can grow this.
All right, we've got how many states here? We've got
Keep it looking strong for years to come.
about 12 states reporting. New Hampshire reporting 17% of the vote, which I think New Hampshire was an interesting one for me. I thought it had a chance to swing towards Trump. It's historically a Democratic state. Does not look like with 17% of the votes in, Trump has. Kamala's leading by over 11? Yeah, 11%. So it's a pretty solid lead right now. Only 17% of the precincts, the votes reporting in. So that could change. That could swing back. Here's a good stat here. We've got Georgia, still a toss-up. Michigan, still a toss-up. North Carolina, still a toss-up. Michigan, a toss-up, even though Harris is in the lead by 23 points. And Pennsylvania, starting to report a little more. When we looked at it last, we had Pittsburgh reporting. Still has a significant lead at 47 points. So the counties reporting at this point must be mostly in the cities. Yeah, we've got a lot of Philadelphia counties reporting, and we have Pittsburgh counties reporting. Erie also expected to be very, very liberal leaning. So we expect that to go to Harris, that county to go to Harris as well. Pennsylvania, very significant state for this election. It is said who wins Pennsylvania wins the election. I think there are paths to win the election outside of Pennsylvania for Trump. I don't think there's as many paths outside of Pennsylvania for Kamala. So Pennsylvania, extremely important for Kamala, also important for Trump, just not as much. So Pennsylvania we'll be keeping our eye on. Looked at it when the First counties reported. And let's go to CBS and see what they have to say about the election. Got a little bit of analysis from them real quick. I'm going to take a drink of water.
15. 15. He'd get it right there and call that 266. He'd still need one more state. He'd still need to get to Wisconsin to get over the top. So you can see how critical Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, they all are to both candidates.
Maurice Dubois, thank you. Want to turn now to Cecilia Vega, because Cecilia, I know you did some reporting in Pennsylvania. What are we learning about what may be happening in the Keystone State?
Yeah, we're just back from a reporting trip there. Look, this is the holy grail. Margaret said it at the top of the show with its 19 electoral college votes. And I think, Nora, to understand the significance of Pennsylvania, all you got to do is look back to the final day of campaigning. Both candidates there, Donald Trump telling everybody, if we win Pennsylvania, we'll win this whole ball of wax. Kamala Harris ending her final rally on the steps of the famous Rocky Steps there. But look, Al Schmidt, the Secretary of State, told me we are probably not going to know the results from Pennsylvania tonight. Delay does not mean anything nefarious is happening. Pack your patience, you said at the top.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
All right, on a break. Let's go back. See, we've got some more results coming in. Let's look at Doge real quick and Bitcoin. So Bitcoin's cooling off a little bit compared to last hour there. Let's see, we got a little bit of a correction. I hope this is the trend that just keeps on continuing for Bitcoin throughout this election night. Hope this is a kickoff. Like I said before, I think if we do see a Trump win, I think we'll see Bitcoin take off until we get to the election is called for Trump, and I think we're going to see a short correction, and then I think over the medium term we're going to see strength in Bitcoin. So that is my projection. Of course, anything could happen. Not financial advice. I do have a Doge bet just for fun between a buddy and I. We think that the polls showed that there's a slight favor to Trump winning the election. And if Trump wins the election, Elon Musk is in the in the chair. What is he? He's creating the Department of Government Efficiency. So we'll get a lot of Doge mentions. Would be a really good meme coin. But I don't really like this candle here. This wick on this candle doesn't give me a lot of confidence in this trade. We still have to wait for this one to close. This is on the daily. A lot of big movement there, which isn't great, but this is just a fun bet. So not financial advice. A bet just for fun, and hopefully we make some money off of it. But we've got a nice trend there, starting this weekend on Sunday, and I hope it continues. I hope if we get a Trump win, I think Doge would be a great meme coin. I think people are going to jump on it, in my opinion. So let's see if we've got any what we've got for updates on the map. So we've got 95. We got Tennessee called for Trump, Mississippi, Alabama, Oklahoma called for Trump. No big surprises there. Florida, Georgia's got 50% of the votes in. So let's take a look at Georgia. Georgia is leaning Trump right now. This is massive for the Trump campaign. Obviously, we've got 50% of the votes that need to come in yet. Still have some very blue counties, we assume here in Atlanta, near Atlanta, that have yet to report. So that is that firewall that the Trump campaign has could get eaten up by some of these Atlanta counties that are going to be more Democratic and have a higher population. So even though he has about 300,000 lead right now in votes in Georgia, we could see that get eaten up very quickly. And we've got only 50% of the votes left to turn in and count. So we're not too early to make any sort of call here. Right now, this is big. So on the outcome forecast, this is the first forecast we've seen. We've got Trump projected to win 276 electoral votes to 262 electoral votes. Now I want to look at the map real quick, because if you followed any coverage on this election, we had talk about the Ronald Reagan sweep. Now, Ronald Reagan swept every state except for D.C., which isn't a state, but he lost D.C. and he lost Minnesota. So just based on the results so far, we are not going to have a Ronald Reagan sweep for the Republicans, and this election's looking a lot closer, as we expected, than the Reagan election. So no big surprise there. Let's go back and see if we get some actual live analysis from CBS here. Looks like they're just covering some cold. Yeah, this interview does not look exciting. All right, let's update our map. Let's update our map. So this is a live map. Obviously, we've got Tennessee going to Trump, Oklahoma going to Trump. We've got Virginia, I believe, was called for the Harris campaign. I might be wrong there. Let me pull it up on the New York Times. Nope, that was Maryland was called. My mistake. We've got West Virginia going to Trump. We got South Carolina going to Trump, and Florida projected for Trump. Alabama, obviously, and Mississippi. No surprise on those two results. And then some of those other northeastern, we've got Connecticut projected towards Kamala Harris, Massachusetts for Kamala, New Hampshire still undecided, but it's looking like we're leaning to Kamala there. And then still waiting on New Jersey, and there we go. So that's our updated map. We'll pull that up later, update it as we go, and then do any sort of scenarios that we might get into. All right, let's update the votes. Let's update Polymarket and predict it. Let's see if PredictIt's the Kamala leaning poll, betting market. Sorry, and we have a huge shift in volume. All right, we've got Trump gaining 8 points there. 8 points. That's huge. And tons of volume there. So Trump's lead shifts significantly in the predicted market, which is more of the even market. That one's a more liberal leaning. Let's go back to Polymarket, see if Polymarket's updated in its odds. Polymarket, Trump up 11% today, up to 70% likelihood to win the election. And we got Harris down 11, down to 30%. So some big shifts in the betting markets. Looks like Wisconsin has Trump has taken a slight. Oh, he's losing ground in Wisconsin right now. We saw him take a little bit of that lead there, and he's given a lot of that up. Michigan has been leaning more favorable towards Trump over the last couple days. It has switched. Sorry, that was Wisconsin that switched a bunch. But one of the biggest states this cycle is Pennsylvania. We saw it close there right around 5 o'clock, just before polls closed. We saw that gap close, and then we saw it open up, and it came back down. Man, these markets, our betting markets, are wild as we're getting results in. So let's go to CBS real quick. I think we got some good stats coming up, or some good analysis. Let's take a listen in real quick.
We're going to dig into those numbers. Let me also show you these other results just coming in from other states, including one where the polls just closed. In Arkansas, CBS News projects Donald Trump will win in that state. Take a look at Missouri. CBS News projects Trump will win there as well. And just in from our data desk, in South Carolina, CBS News projects Trump will win also in that reliably red or Republican state. CBS News projects Kamala Harris will win the District of Columbia, where her election night headquarters are. No surprise there. And 3 electoral votes there. And then in the race for the all-important number of 270 electoral votes, Donald Trump is at 105. Kamala Harris has 27 at this hour. As I promised,
So yeah, no surprise that Trump's got an early lead there. We've got a lot of those red states in the middle of the country. A lot of those states are clearly going Trump early.
gentlemen, take it away.
We will oblige. We want to start in Florida because, okay, it wasn't a battleground coming into this, but I'll tell you why we were able to call it, and that is that you see all these red counties here, in one after another, you've seen shifts even from Donald Trump's previous victory. So that consistency told you that he was going to win. But there's another part of this, maybe the most...
That's what I was talking about. I want to see the differential of this election, how much more Trump gets, even the states he was projected to win.
And I want to bring everyone's attention to Miami-Dade County. Look at where things currently stand in Miami-Dade County with 80%. Let's compare that to where things finished in 2020. See how much farther ahead former President Trump is of what he was in 2020. Let's go back one more step, ladies and gentlemen, to 2016. Look at the transformation of this once solidly Democratic county, a place of highly concentrated Democratic support, one of the anchors to Democrats in Florida winning. It was a competitive state. The fact that it is competitive no longer.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys remember, but Florida was a swing state at one point. So to see Florida go so red is probably a little bit due to COVID and the demographic change there, but also just shifted to the Republicans here, and I think that's been a little bit telling.
Of ticket splitting. So in Florida, there is.
All right, I'm having trouble on this feed. Let me restart it. We'll get back. We'll come back to it. But yeah, those numbers going to those votes splitting harder to Trump this cycle as compared to last cycle, I think is a pretty big deal, and it tells us kind of the shift that we might see in some of these swing states. In general, favorability in Georgia, I think, benefits towards Trump if Trump's winning a larger margin in Florida. And, we'll see what happens in Pennsylvania. I think it's very reasonable to assume, like regionally, you'll have those shifts just because they're very culturally similar. Pennsylvania, I think, is a different story. Michigan is leaning towards Kamala at this point, and she is projected in the betting markets to win. In Michigan, we're waiting for more results from those states up north, and in Wisconsin, polls have not closed yet, so we're not seeing any results there. Some of the polls have closed. Most of the polls have closed. In Michigan, we're just waiting on them to report. Pennsylvania is still very significantly leaning towards Harris at this point. We have a lot of Philadelphia. We looked at it earlier. Had a lot of Philadelphia and Pittsburgh counties reporting. So no surprise that those would lean towards Harris. We need to get some more of those rural counties in to get a better idea what that state is, where that state's going to head. So waiting on more data to start to make some more calls in some of these states. But if you're interested on how the results impact crypto, we talk a little bit about how it'll impact the markets, the macro markets. Come on, guys, load. The macro markets and how that'll trickle down into crypto. As far as policy goes, like what I think what kind of impact it'll have on the short term, medium term, and long term on crypto. So we've got 5% more, so 55% total votes reporting in Georgia. We're starting to lean more towards Trump here on the likelihood. He's winning by 2.7 points. At least that's the projection. He still has that firewall that we saw back when about 50% of votes were being reported. So good sign here for Trump in Georgia so far. Some of those Atlanta counties are starting to report, and I think we're going to see his gap close as we start to get some of these bigger, higher population Atlanta counties start to report in. Let's go back to the betting markets and see what kind of changes we have here. So Trump up to 71% likelihood to win the election on Poly Market. We saw PredictIt also started to increase margin. He's got what, like an 8-point lead? Oh man, Kamala's odds are tanking on PredictIt. This is traditionally an even market and favors the Democrats. So interesting to compare these two, 61 and 43. Well, that's actually real time. It looks like Kamala's got a 40% chance of winning on PredictIt, and Donald has 63% chance of winning. That spread is widening very quickly. Very interesting to see that start to reflect more of the Poly Market odds. Montana Senate race. So the Montana Senate race is important to crypto. We have a very anti-crypto Democratic senator running, and we have a very pro-Republican, pro-crypto Republican senator running. Looks like this gap is widened throughout the evening here, and starting to even out. We're gonna have to start to get some results, but there must be some exit polls that people, or some pre-voting polls that people are betting on here. As you can see, there must be some exit polls too, because the odds have shifted even more in the Republicans' favor here. So that's good news for crypto. The Ohio State Senate election was neck and neck. I mean, as far as the results coming in, actually the Democratic senator had a lead, or candidate for Senate had the lead here, and it looks like we've had the Republican gain a bunch of ground over the last about hour here, less than that, half hour here. So we'll see if that holds up. We were looking at the results. I don't think I have that pulled up anymore right now, but we were looking at the results, and we did see that it was neck and neck, with the Democrat having a slight lead, with only 8% of the vote counted. But look at this huge news here in Pennsylvania. Kamala has a 300,000 vote lead right now in Pennsylvania. That is not good news for Donald Trump. That is bad news for Donald Trump. Now, granted, a lot of these reporting counties are from some of the more liberal areas of the state. Being from Pennsylvania, I know the outlay of Pennsylvania very well. Philadelphia, very Democrat leaning. Pittsburgh, definitely Democrat leaning as well. I would say a little more blue collar, but these counties are definitely going to be more Democrat leaning. Even some of these more populated counties up near Reading, Pennsylvania, and you get Scranton up there. Some of these counties have very high populations. You got Harrisburg here. This is this county here that you're seeing that's blue in the middle of nowhere. So we've got even Allentown around here. I expect this to be a little more blue. So we have a lot of votes yet to come in. We only have 11% reporting. Democrats already had a 400,000 vote firewall. So that means that Republicans have to turn out even stronger in order to eat away. Now, Republicans were expected to eat away at that firewall, and Republicans had much bigger firewall to overcome in the last 2020 election, where they lost Pennsylvania, but they cut that down, I think by 500,000. So they were very hopeful that they would be able to overcome that smaller firewall on election day. Now, we had a lot more early voters for Republicans this cycle. Definitely reported in Pennsylvania. You saw from the early vote numbers. So the question, though, was, were those early voters just voters that you took away from the election day voters, or would you also get the significant turnout from Republicans on the day of voting? So not looking great right now for Republicans in Pennsylvania, but we do have a lot of precincts, a lot of votes left to count. So we'll see how this turns out, but not looking promising. Let's look at the odds on Polymarket. Yeah, Trump is losing ground in Pennsylvania. He's lost a little bit of ground recently here. Looks like we've evened out. So the betting market's not making a huge assumptions based on these early votes coming in. But hopefully he's able to turn around for the sake of crypto. Let's go back to talking about Pennsylvania right now. So let's go back to the live stream.
That's right. And she's and if you want to just look at women under 30, Harris, it's 63-35. So she's doing very well. Of course, Biden was 67-32. So his margin was bigger with women under 30 than hers was as well.
And you know what has been so fascinating to watch in this campaign is how Kamala Harris herself has avoided using gender as something to campaign on. And I can't help but think about the difference between this campaign and Hillary Clinton's campaign. I was there on election night in 2016 when she was at the Javits Center here in New York, and it had that symbolic glass ceiling that she clearly did not crack at that time. And here we are with Kamala Harris intentionally almost avoiding questions about and having to answer questions about her gender, that she has not asked voters to see her gender or her race or her ethnicity, for that matter, as a reason that she should get this job. It has been a very clear strategy for her to not campaign on gender.
And Nora,
There were cracks in the glass ceiling, just didn't get shattered.
Some cracks, exactly.
I remember that speech. Yes. You were there, yes.
It came late, exactly.
if you dive deeper into these gender numbers, there's some real concern for Democrats. Let's start with Latino men, for example. Trump is winning them 54-45 right now. And she's only winning 61% of Latinas. Those are low numbers. Those are not comfortable numbers. The other one, if you look at white women, the hope was that she could win them nationally, given the abortion issue, given the fact that she would make history. Trump is winning what traditionally happens, 52% of them, based on this exit poll. So no measurable difference there either among women. Both of those would be real warning signs for the Harris team.
There was a belief that women, Republican women in particular, would go into the booth and vote their values, vote their conscience.
And they may still.
And they kept saying, you don't have to tell anybody. It's your own private vote. And what we're seeing early on, that does not appear to be the case.
This is national. So we'll see whether in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, these numbers are more specific and different. But nationally, at least, it doesn't look like there's been much movement and losses with Latinos.
Robert Costa, I understand you have some new reporting.
Yes, some new reporting. Former President Donald Trump, of course, has not addressed the country yet as he watches these results, but he has spoken in recent minutes, according to my sources inside the room at Mar-a-Lago, to members of his private club, and he has expressed confidence, especially as he looks at states like Georgia and the exit poll data. Though I've been talking to my sources in Georgia via text message in recent minutes, and they say they feel really good about turnout because the Republican Party this time around is unified, unlike it was in early 2021 when the Democrats were able to pick up 2 Senate seats. I just got a text message from Governor Brian Kemp. He said still too early to say.
That's a big point. Republicans need to get turnout from turnout. I mean, that's the big thing that we're seeing in Florida in the early polling numbers, and they're going to need to see it in Georgia to win Georgia. Big swing state. Big swing state.
Puerto Ricans in the North Philadelphia precincts. Historically low turnout in those precincts. That congressman, who's one of the main organizers for the Harris campaign on the ground, says very high turnout. But all of this is coming as the Trump campaign is preparing to potentially actually contest this election. Former White House chief strategist Steve Bannon tells me in recent minutes they are preparing a legal and political effort to help Trump fight this in Congress should he appear to be defeated. But right now, a lot of optimism in the Trump campaign, but it is very early.
It is very early. We're also just hearing that in Lehigh County, where we had talked about those long lines of young people at the university wanting to vote, they are going to extend there so that all the people in line can vote. We'll continue to follow what's happening on the ground in these key battleground states. And when we come back, we're going to check in on the battle for the Senate. CBS News America Decides Election 2024 returns in a moment.
So yeah, very important. You are in Pennsylvania allowed to vote as long as you're in line at the cutoff time. And cutoff time for Pennsylvania was 2 hours ago. Or sorry, just about an hour ago, 48 minutes ago. So that is the rule in Pennsylvania. Let's see if we're getting any updates here. Looks like Trump is slowly cutting away at that Democratic lead. Like I said, most of the cities reporting there in Pennsylvania. It looks like Pennsylvania, man, if Pennsylvania keeps up this tight, is still this tight, we only got 30% of the precincts reporting, but if it stays this tight, we might not see a result in Pennsylvania tonight. In Pennsylvania, in that case, we probably won't see a result in the election for tonight. So I hope that's not the case. I really hope that we have a decisive victory. I do not want this to drag out. I don't think a lot of people do. Talking to people, they don't want this to drag on longer than it has to. So hopefully we get some pretty good lead by one candidate the other night, but it's not looking that way in Pennsylvania. That is one of my concerns. The betting markets in Pennsylvania looks like they are not concerned right now for Donald Trump. He's still projected to win 61% in the betting markets. So we'll see how that develops. So it looks like Pennsylvania is going to be really tight. Michigan earlier today was projected in the betting markets towards Harris. Trump has jumped in the overall election odds to 73%. He was as low as, I think it was 58%, 59% today, at least 61 for sure. So he is up 11% from a day ago. And a big surprise here, Michigan is a little closer. These odds have jumped for Trump and gone down significantly for Harris. So that's a big surprise. Harris was favored for Michigan, and we'll see. We'll have to see how that plays out. Wisconsin, it looks like Trump is increasing his lead here in Wisconsin, which wow, that's good news for Trump. Not good news for the Harris campaign. If she does not win those both those Wisconsin and Michigan, she's going to really have a tough time in her path for election. So Georgia's odds are increasing significantly for Trump. I think that's voter turnout. Maybe we might have some exit polls as well reporting that. So we have Justin Kelly. So the Republican is going to win New Hampshire's gubernatorial race. We've got Rhode Island reporting big lead for Harris there, 7-point lead for Harris, 8-point lead for Harris, no surprise. We have Georgia up there with 55% of the votes in. We looked at that. Trump is leading, but we've got some more Atlanta counties to report there, so that could change. Definitely could change there. More populous counties need to report. The New York Times Electoral College estimate, which is very surprising. New York Times, very Democrat-leaning, is projecting a Trump win right now. They have not called it. That is just their current projection on their needle, their projection needle. Exit polls in Pennsylvania looks like they're 6 points to Trump at this point. With the reporting right now, we only have about, I think 14% of the counties reporting total total votes reporting. And right now it's a significant Harris lead, so a lot to watch in Pennsylvania. Electoral College update. Yeah, Trump's got 90 projected in right now, 27 to Harris. We covered that. And no other new reporting coming in there. So market's still favoring Trump strongly. He's gaining a lead in the betting markets. He's also gained a significant lead on PredictIt, which is a more, I'd say, more Harris-leaning poll. Significant jump for Donald Trump on PredictIt. That's surprising. They were neck and neck earlier today, with Harris even up a couple of days ago. So that is a big change in the numbers, and great news for Trump. If you're Donald Trump, not great news for Harris, but it is just a betting market. So we're gonna have to see we're gonna have to watch these numbers come in to make any sort of call on it. However, let's see if we can get back to the NBC. I like the NBC coverage. That's Reuters. I think CNN had live coverage, but yeah, I can't find it. So anyway, we'll look for NBC's had a good one. Let's see if they've got any sort of live analysis coming in. Now, it looks like this is just a graphics feed. But let's see what... it's not a good feed either. Let's see how the odds are doing for Montana. Montana Senate. We've got a pro-crypto and an anti-crypto senatorial race here. It looks like it's leaning Republican. I'm going to close this one out because I think based on the betting odds, we're pretty likely headed towards a pro-crypto victory there. Senate in Ohio is also contentious for crypto. An Ohio Senate win would mean a more favorable senator for crypto would take the seat. Still, the Democrat is still leading, even though the betting market is going towards the is betting on the Republicans. So we've got some ground to make up if we want the pro-crypto senator to win the Ohio seat. We've got a lot of the look at that. We've got these are the results coming in by county. Obviously, some of the bigger counties, Columbus going towards the Democratic Center, Cleveland counties going to Democratic Center, and I don't know what cities down there. Cincinnati, Dayton, definitely going. Akron, Toledo, all these big cities and Bowling Green's down there just south of Toledo, all going to the Democratic Center. So we've got 45% of the votes reported, and we've got about 50% of the vote to make up ground for the pro-crypto center. That's going to be a close race. It looks like it's going to be a close race, and I think that's also reflected in the poly market. So let's see if we can get back to the live feed here with CBS News. Doing a pretty good job here. They're on commercial, so we will hold off on that. Let's see what Doge is doing. Doge correct a little bit there, and it's coming, making up ground, coming back. Oh, just dropped. Looks like Doge is doing better. From when I bought Doge, I think we're down about 1%. But we'll be watching Doge. I think if we get a Trump victory, we're gonna have Doge pop. I think Doge is going to the moon. Maybe do 30 cents. Well, let's see what Doge could do based on the Fibby levels. Let's see what Doge could do. Let's draw some fib lines. We're gonna go from this local top to this local bottom. Looks like we got some resistance sitting up here at the 0.236 level, and we got back up to the last peak in the beginning of, in 2021. That'd be a very good move for Doge. I don't know if we see that. I think we could, maybe see up to the 0.5 level here structurally. So, oh, we've got some more information on the battleground states, so let's go back to the feed.
I should say. And Scott McFarland covers Congress for us. So, Scott, let's talk about the Senate.
At this hour, Democrats are clinging to the narrowest of majorities. They can afford to lose a net of just one seat, and they are on a political plane that is running out of runway. Let me show you why. In the state of West Virginia, it was a Democratic seat for years held by the retiring Senator Joe Manchin. West Virginia's governor projected as the winner of that seat, so Democrats are now out of their margin for error. They're hoping to make some
big move for the Republicans in the Senate
seats. But take a look at one of the ones they aspired to, Florida. CBS News projects Rick Scott, the one-time governor, is winning another term as a U.S. senator from Florida. So where else do Democrats go? They'll look to Texas as a possibility. That would be
Looks like we froze there on the CBS feed on the Senate races. So we're going to pause that.
Of theirs.
I'm going to reload it. Let's see if we get any more exit poll data coming in from Oz. All right, election results. So Republicans only need, in the Senate, Republicans only need 7 more seats to hit the 50%. They're going to need 51, so 8 more seats to take the majority. On the House,
I was barely eating and overeating.
Stop it. On the House results. Looks like the House has a lot of seats left to be determined. We're up 1 with Democrats. Democrats are up 1 seat, and Republicans got 2 seats so far. In order to take the majority, Democrats need 43 seats, and Republicans need 27. So let's go over to NBC. Finally got the NBC feed pulled up. Let's see what they have to say.
Ticket splitters in those states, people who will back these abortion ballot initiatives, but who will also back former President Trump. But you have seen the vice president hammer this in the state of Georgia. She went.
Come on, load.
Went to the state of Texas, which nobody really thinks is going to flip blue on the presidential race, but she wanted to use it as a stage to highlight that state's controversial restrictive abortion law. She did it in Georgia with Amber Thurman, and in Florida, she talks about it as a place that she is concerned about.
We don't have a ton of time because we're coming up on a poll closing, but in Iowa, whose polls are going to close, there was a late election poll. Iowa just had a very restrictive abortion ban passed, and this shock poll on the eve of the election had Kamala Harris carrying a red state. So it's just a very potent issue.
Not to overread into it, but it is an indicator perhaps, and the pollster there, Gold Standard pollster, thought perhaps the abortion issue was motivating these older white women, right? A demographic we've been watching tonight.
And Chuck, well, let's go to the election and we'll move right here as we get some more poll closings here. We can give a few more characterizations. In just 3 seconds, all of these states will see their polls closed, and we'll begin counting the votes. Here is state of Texas, which we were just talking about. Donald Trump will win in the state of Texas when all the votes are counted. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will also win in North Dakota tonight. South Dakota, same story. That will also go into the Donald Trump column this evening. We move to the state of Wyoming, and 3 electoral votes at stake. Donald Trump, the projected winner in Wyoming. Here's the map. The road to 270 now getting interesting. 154 for Donald Trump. 30 for Kamala Harris.
All right, let's go to the uncalled races just from those 9 o'clock poll closings, including New York, Colorado, Minnesota. So we still await results there. But let's go to Michigan. That's the biggie at this hour. polls closing in Michigan, and it is, wait for it, too early to call. We will be waiting for it perhaps into the wee hours tonight. Arizona also too early to call, 7 o'clock. In the Mountain West, 9 o'clock.
Arizona said it would take. Arizona said they would take up to a couple days to like a week, to end of the week, to get their results.
And speaking of Pennsylvania, too early to call. Starting to see more vote come in, but we could be waiting a bit for that. And same with North Carolina. They're counting more quickly, but it's still too early for us to make a projection. And in Georgia, it's not too early. It's just too close. We are starting to see the vote come in. We've got 66% counted right now. And yet, despite
wow, 66%
you see there, we
in
project
already.
not only
Wow.
what the margin is right now, but where we expect the vote to come in, whether it's coming from a Republican stronghold or Democratic stronghold. So when you see that disparity and then you see us say it's too close to call, there's a method to that madness, Tom, and you've got Georgia up there.
And I'm going to explain the method to the madness, right? The difference right now, 220,000 votes. Trump on top with 66% of the vote in. But Republicans, it can't even get close to celebrating just yet. These sort of UFO objects we have circling Georgia right now, this is the remaining vote. And the bigger that bubble, that means the more vote that is out. And the more vote that is out right now is in the Atlanta metro region. Remember, I told you guys earlier that about 50% of the vote is going to come from this area right here. The election is essentially won or lost in the Atlanta metro region because the margins are so close. Every vote matters, but because the margins are so close, Trump runs up that rural vote. The Democrats run up the urban vote. They run up the suburban counties around Atlanta as well. Let's take a look. Let's see how Atlanta and the surrounding counties are looking, the ring counties. Cobb County, 77% of the vote is in. Harris slightly overperforming where Biden was in 2020. Let's go over to Fulton County. This is where Atlanta is.
That is big for Harris.
Democrats here. She's about where Biden was, 72% of the vote in. She can catch up and bring that up. Gwinnett County. Again, these are the counties that Clinton flipped in 2016, and they just got bluer and bluer. And you can see what's happening here. 16% of the vote is in, but she's at 60. Biden was at 58. Let's keep going around here. Douglas County, 84% in. Here we go. Harris overperforming in that county. We'll come a little further out. Rockdale County.
That is huge for Harris. She's up 5 points over Biden in the last election. That's huge.
See, I want to see how Trump is doing in some of his rural counties. 78%, 95% of the vote is in. So 78% in 2020. He's at 78 right now. Let me go to neighboring Towns County right here, 8180. And then in Union, 8180. He seems to be hitting his marks too. I want to hit some sort of swing counties, if you will. Dooley is one of these. Trump won it in 2016, but if we go back, Obama had it in 2012. Tonight, Trump is up. He's building on his margins from 2020. That's a good sign for him. Let me see if Peach County is in. Peach County is another one that no vote is in. This is one of those swing counties.
So Trump and Trump and Harris are both overperforming in the counties they're expected to perform in. This election in Georgia's going to be very tough to call until we get maybe 90+% of the vote in.
To be comfortable, she seems to be the same watermark where Biden was in 2020. So guys, still very close in Georgia, as we said. Too close to call. It was about 12,000 votes that separated this in 2020. Trump won this state by about 5 percentage points in 2016. The state is definitely changing, and the reason why it's changing, it's in this Atlanta metro region.
Yeah.
Go for
North
it.
Carolina, I'd love to see some
let's
North
go for it.
Carolina numbers. I mean, these numbers are coming in as we speak.
Yeah,
Let's
hit North Carolina. Again, we're going to look at all the state. I'm going to be looking at Mecklenburg County. This is where Democrats have to drive up the vote. Only 6% is in, but we can see how she's performing here. You know, 6% is in. I'm not going to really draw too much from there, but she's overperforming Biden. We go to the research triangle here. Wake County, 76% of the vote is in. We compare her to Biden, 62 to 63. She's doing better. I know a lot of the vote is in over here in Orange County. This is UNC Chapel Hill, the research triangle. You have medical research jobs, high-tech research jobs, affluent suburbs, highly educated Democratic voters. 86% of the vote is in. Let's see how she compares to Biden. Slightly overperforming Biden, not by much, but look, any little increment makes a difference. You're talking about a 10,000 vote difference at the end of the day, right now. The difference is about 41,000 in that county. Trump is on top right now. He's going to run up the rural vote. We can check out some of his counties over here in western North Carolina, Graham County. These are some of the counties that were affected by Hurricane Helene and all that devastating flooding. 95% and 81%.
So the story is Georgia super close, and North Carolina closer than polls showed, and also the betting market showed. So let's see if any of those discrepancies have started to show up now that we're getting results back from North Carolina. Let's see if we have any results coming in. It looks like it hasn't changed much. It looks like the betting markets have shifted slightly back towards Kamala by a couple points. No, looks like while I was saying that, Trump took back that point. So North Carolina, still, the betting markets are still extremely favoring Trump. Pennsylvania, much more narrow than I think the markets expected earlier in the week, even earlier today. Harris has made a couple of significant jumps there, and the early polling results, or the early results in Pennsylvania, are showing a significant lean towards Harris. Now, most of those counties reporting are Democrat-leaning counties. There's a county in the center here. There will be Center County. It's also going to be Democrat-leaning. So we have to wait for those results to come in. Also, a couple rural counties here yet to come in. So we will see how this develops. Only 80% of the vote has been reporting. Pennsylvania, very slow at reporting results. So we're going to have to wait to see. In Ohio, Bernie, the Republican, the pro-candidate Senate candidate, is leading now. He was losing as not even like 10 minutes ago. So it looks like that election is projected for the Ohio State senator, who is a pro-crypto senator. A lot of money was dropped into this election. Looks like the betting markets have taken a significant swing towards the Republican pro crypto candidate. Like I said, a lot of the PACs, a lot of crypto PACs, put a lot of money into that election for that Ohio State Senate race, and it looks like so far that it is paying off. The betting markets are betting that Monero will win that. He did just take the lead, but not by much. He's got about a 70,000 vote lead with 50% of the vote remaining. So we'll be watching that one. We've got Montana, which is another big crypto race for the Senate. That's coming in about 49 minutes here. The results will start to come in for Montana. And in Pennsylvania, let's go back to the overall election market. Not a huge movement. We've got about another 1% towards Trump from when we last looked at this, and up 13%. But that's from a day ago. We did have some movement a day ago there, so we're just showing those gains. I don't think that's any big shift. But we have seen a shift here in Wisconsin. Wisconsin is leaning more towards Trump over the last couple hours here. I would say about last hour and 15 minutes. Looks like there's a nice trend towards Trump there. Let's see what the results are coming in for Wisconsin. See if that is what's causing that shift. No, not any significant results coming in. Polls in Wisconsin only closed 12 minutes ago, so looks like we don't have any any reports from votes in Wisconsin yet. But there must be some exit polls there that are indicating to bettors that Trump's a little bit more favorable. So let's go back and make the map. Let's see. We've got Wisconsin. If Trump does win Wisconsin, he has a good shot at the election even without Pennsylvania. But he would also have to win North Carolina and Georgia. He would also have to win Nevada, I believe, in that case. Let's see here. Yeah, he would not have to win Nevada or Pennsylvania, but he would have to win North Carolina and Georgia. Both of those races are extremely close right now with the results, initial results coming in. Georgia actually has about, I'd say 50%, 60% of votes in so far, 71% of votes in. Trump is holding on to a narrow lead, but we need some more of the counties near Atlanta reporting. That's gonna decide this election. Atlanta is gonna decide the election for Georgia here, where those electoral votes are going. And with 71%, we still can't call it yet because we have a lot of those very populated counties next to Atlanta that have yet to report. Do have a couple rural counties, but it's just not going to make up the same numbers as as Atlanta is going to. So you have to watch Georgia closely. And even though the betting markets are favoring Trump for Georgia right now pretty significantly, 88% to 12%, I'm surprised. I'm surprised that's not a little more narrow given the chance that Kamala has right now to make up ground. North Carolina also very favored in the betting markets for Donald Trump. But let's go back to the presidential election here, see if we get some. That's why I didn't see them. I was on the wrong tab. So Wisconsin reporting 1%, still not enough to make any decisions, make any sort of inference from the results. On North Carolina, we've got leaning towards Trump. He is winning so far in the popular vote with 40% reporting. The triangle here has yet to report. A lot of counties here a lot of votes left here in Greensboro, big Democratic leaning county. Once you get out towards the country and the western side of the state, it's a little more, it's much more Republican leaning. So we're going to have to see how those Greensboro votes come in. Those are going to be significantly leaning towards Kamala. And right now, the differential is only about 115,000 votes between, there we go. We got some more counties reporting. It's swinging. So Greensboro, as we're looking at it, just starting to report. And based on those numbers, Trump is projected by the New York Times to win the state with 3.4% of the vote over Harris. I just think we still need a lot more. We're just leaning Trump right now. We need a lot more data in order to make a call. Only 40% of the votes in North Carolina right now. Going back to Pennsylvania. Let's see what we got in Pennsylvania. No significant. We got 3% more votes in. Kamala's still holding on to that large lead. It's just going to take time in PA, I think. We got 72% of the votes in Georgia. Still missing some of those Atlanta counties. So we'll move on. We'll start to look at some other data. Let's talk about some of the demographic data. So we've got total voters, 154 million voters in the U.S. in the 2020 election. That's up from 137 million in 2016. I'll be interested to see what voter turnout is in this election. So far, voter turnout was much stronger, at least in Georgia, for both Harris in the blue counties and for Trump in the red counties. So we might, if we keep that momentum, we'll see we'll see an increased vote turnout this year as well in 2024. So in order for Trump to have a path to victory, he's going to have to pick up an additional minority vote, black voters and Latino voters, and it'll be really interesting. It looks like he's won more of the Latino immigrant population vote, which he didn't do very well in 2016. He did a little better on in 2020, but a lot of ground for him to make up there to win some of these swing states, especially in the South, like Georgia, a little bit in Arizona, and in Nevada. So we had about 17 minutes ago, we had a bunch of states close. We had Arizona polls close. We had Colorado polls close. Arizona was looking very favorable for Trump, and let's see if we can get some results from Arizona. Arizona is a big swing state. The Kamala campaign actually stopped campaigning there in Arizona. It seemed like they kind of gave up on Arizona. But Kamala doesn't need Arizona. She needs, it'd be nice for her to have, but she needs Michigan, she needs Wisconsin, and she needs Pennsylvania for sure. She could go without Wisconsin if she wins Georgia. But let's see what we've got on the other states closing. We were Iowa. Like I said, Colorado, definitely a blue state. We've got Kansas. Most of the polls close at 8 p.m. That'll be most likely be a Trump state. I can't see it going any other way. Louisiana, I call that most likely Trump. Michigan, swing state. Minnesota, probably headed for Kamala. If I had to guess, I think that's a pretty safe bet. We've got Nebraska going to Trump. New Mexico, very likely Kamala. New York, very likely Kamala. I couldn't see go any other way. North Dakota already called for Donald Trump. South Dakota called for Donald Trump. Texas already called for Trump. Wisconsin, big swing state. We've seen Trump's got a slight edge on the betting markets, and we're just starting to get results in from Wisconsin. And then Wyoming already called for Donald Trump. So let's look at the updated map here. Yep, there we go. We got all those that I just mentioned. We've got 11% of the vote in from Michigan. I don't think that's enough to really give us an idea, but Harris is up by 9 points in Michigan. And Trump is leaning by 0.1. That's a very tight margin. So we've got a couple of the city counties starting to report in, but still have a lot of votes left to count there and report. A lot of counties left to report from Michigan. So way too early. Two of the interesting ones right now is we've got Georgia and North Carolina, both reporting. North Carolina 50%, Georgia reporting 75% of the vote, still 72. So let's open up these swing states in separate tabs, and we can just roll through them as the votes come in. On that big Senate race, looks like Moreno is pulling away a little bit from Sherrod Brown, and Moreno, of course, is the pro-crypto candidate. So will be a tight race, but we've got a couple more votes reported in there. We got 2 North Carolina tabs open, 2 Georgia tabs open, so we'll close those. Let's look at Florida real quick, because I was interested in what percentage of the Florida data Florida votes came in. Oh, come on. Where's Florida? Oh, I thought it was going to. There it is. Florida. Margin is 13 points to the Republicans. They originally projected, New York Times originally projected it as Trump narrowly expected to win. We'll see. Obviously not. He kind of blew that one out of the water. So let's see. Let's see what county. So we've got Miami-Dade County actually went slight Republican, which is very surprising to me. Palm Beach went Democrat, not too surprised. And Tallahassee, pretty strong Democrat. Orlando, Democrat, no big surprise there. But the turnout, I think, was much higher for, yeah. So this is what I wanted to look at, how these votes compare with 2020. And the reason I wanted to look at this is because there was signs that Trump would have an additional margin in Florida compared to the last election. And I think this just kind of shows either better turnout or a sentiment shift towards the Republicans in this election. And I think it's partially due to immigration, and you definitely have to win a lot of the Latino vote to get this additional margin. I believe that's where it came from, in my best guess. So very, very interesting to see that significant of a margin increase for Trump in Florida. And like I said, if he's able to do that in Georgia as well, I think it bodes well for him. But what we're seeing in Georgia is wild. We're seeing some of these counties in Georgia for Harris, the ones that were projected to go to Harris, like Rockdale, Douglas, near some of these, like Rockdale's near Atlanta, it's going 6 points for Harris. So even though you have a lot of these counties that are voting more towards Trump than they did last election, like those counties are much lower in population in general. As you can see, like the higher population counties are going stronger towards Harris. So this will become means there's going to be a much higher, a much bigger battleground state than I think the initial projections thought they would be based on early voting, because I don't think pollsters expected that sort of turnout different, like increased turnout, on both sides. I think Trump was counting on a higher margin for Republicans, a higher turnout for Republicans. So let's go back and see if we can't get see if we've got an update on analysis. Oh, looks like we paused there. Let's see where we're at. Let me give it a reload. We'll come back to it. Let's see if we got any updates on exit polls. So we've got Michigan young voter exit poll under 30. Wow, that's surprising. So young voters are favoring Trump by 4 points in the exit polls in Michigan, which might be the reason that we've seen a closer race in Michigan. I think Michigan is projected to go to Kamala Harris by a lot of the polls. So it's surprising to see that even the betting markets have Harris had a significant lead earlier today, and she's lost a significant portion of that lead. It looks like with early reporting of votes, she's regaining some of that lead. So it'll be interesting to see how Michigan plays out. It was not a safe. There's no safe in a swing state, but she was definitely expected to take Michigan. And let's see what other exit polls we might have. Nothing really here with open source data. So let's see what we got from. Looks like they're in commercial. So we'll CBS is in commercial. So we'll come back to that. Let's see what we got at NBC though. So you get some live analysis from the NBC group. If it decides to play, we'll reload it. Let's look back at some of the latest polls. So this is Project 538. This is Nate Silver's old blog where he did his election projections. This is the Ohio Senate race that was picked. He picked it slightly for the pro-crypto candidate. Looks like we've got some slow internet going on right now. So it comes in and out. Sometimes it takes a little time to snow in here. Maybe the snow is preventing the Wi-Fi's from getting here. All right. Oh, looks like we have a change in New York Times now projecting This is just a projection. This is not based on it's based on some of the votes so far. But Trump's got a 66% chance to winning, according to New York Times. All right, let's see what NBC has to say.
When President Biden was at the top of the ticket, a state like North Carolina was out of reach for Democrats. The fact that we're talking about it right now, the fact that there's been so much play in North Carolina, that former President Trump spent so much time there in recent days, underscores the fact that they have tried to open up more paths, and we'll have to see if that was effective.
I want to ask a little bit about Michigan. We haven't really talked much about the Gaza war in Gaza and how that might affect the vote, in Detroit and in parts of Michigan. Are we getting any read there at all?
Well, it's going to be something that matters, right? Because we saw that uncommitted vote. We know there's an Arab American population in largely Wayne County. It's only about 2% of the population, but it could be potentially significant here. You saw Vice President Harris, as she was on the campaign trail just in the last few days here, begin her rally speech, one of them in Michigan, by referencing, of course, Israel, Gaza, what was happening. She doesn't typically start off her campaign speeches, her stump speech that way.
But she's been heckled at times.
That's right. She has again and again, she has faced down protesters who heckle. She typically says something along the lines of, "You have a right to be heard, so do I, and I'm speaking now," which is a line that she's become sort of known for at this point. But the other piece of this, too, when you look at this, Michigan is a place, it's going to be critical for her, as Tom has just laid out in the map. It is also the place where she started this shift in the last few days on her closing argument, moving away from this idea that Donald Trump was sort of looming large as this threat to democracy, this ominous shadow hanging over America, and shifting away from saying his name at all, calling him the other guy, trying to make him seem small, unserious, Lester.
All right, we have another call to make, and this is a pretty big one. The state of New York, and not necessarily a surprise, but NBC News projects that New York will... Kamala Harris is the projected winner. I'll get this out. Projected winner in New York, and there you see the vote difference, 845,000. Uh, 33% in. Here's the map to show us where we are on that road to 270. That puts Donald Trump out front with 168. Harris with 62. Now,
let's continue this conversation about Michigan.
Guys, it looks like the snow is having an effect on
young
our
voters, because this issue that you raised.
Wi-Fi's here. Let's reload. Look at some updated results. 7:30. We've got 30 minutes till the next set of
The
polls
Harris
close.
Fight Fund program was launched to put an end to Donald Trump's lies and conspiracies about this election.
All right, let's look at the map. See what we've got from the New York Times. New York Times has reloaded. 178 electoral votes towards Trump, 270 to win, 99 to Kamala Harris. She's got the New England locked up, it looks like, so far. Maine is in play for Trump. New Hampshire, I think, is pretty solidly for Kamala at this point. But there was a small chance in early voting that he should be able to take that. Nebraska has a split electorate, so Nebraska could go. They've got 3 different districts, but it looks like they've called the rural districts in Nebraska for Trump so far. Obviously, he's got a lot of these flyover states. I anticipate that he wins Kansas and Missouri. Colorado will likely go to Kamala. New Mexico also to Kamala. So we're waiting on Georgia, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Georgia's got 77% of the vote reported so far, but we are too early to call. Let's go back to NBC real quick. They got some analysis on Wisconsin that I want to listen to.
Counted Pennsylvania, Stop me if you've heard it before. It may all come down to Pennsylvania, and it is too early to call, but we're about 30% of the vote there. North Carolina, also too early to call at this hour. And staying down south in the Sun Belt state of Georgia, which President Biden carried 4 years ago, and former President Trump badly wants to get back into that red column. That is too close to call at this hour. So here is the road to 270. That is the magic number that a candidate needs to win the White House, and that is where.
That's interesting. New York Times has Harris at 99. NBC only has 62 right so far.
Doing the same thing we are, essentially, pulling up these numbers, trying to weed through them, trying to figure out where you can be optimistic, when you don't have the pressure of people looking at you.
You want a fun fact? Fun fact alert?
We love it.
The last election was decided in four states by approximately 79, 80,000 voters. You could fit those voters into Cowboy Stadium.
Wow.
That's
You
what
did
we're
your
talking
homework,
about.
girl. Let me
We're
tell
talking
you,
about magic. And believe
that
me,
is a good. That's
my
a good
husband's
nugget.
going to be very mad at me that I
You
didn't
brought
say
up the
Eagles
Cowboys.
Stadium, but
Exactly.
it wasn't the right number for the stadium. I tried.
You stick with any stadium you want.
Yeah, have you got next to polls?
He's sad about the link. Yeah, I do. And this is a more broad look at the issues that voters say are important to them. As we're talking about some of these issues in these key battleground states, nationally, we saw something really interesting here, right? We saw.
All right, guys, we got to pause this because crypto is having an absolute boom show. They are loving the results of the election so far. So crypto is favoring Trump significantly. Like, crypto will be very happy with a Trump win, and especially a Republican Senate win. If Republicans take majority of the Senate, they'll be able to pass some pro crypto legislation. So really, what they need is what crypto needs not only a Republican presidential election, but almost just as importantly, maybe a little more importantly, is a Republican win of the Senate. So Doge, we bought earlier around 18 cents, up to 19 cents. This is just my election bet, fun election bet. In the last couple minutes here, it is absolutely ripping. Bitcoin has also been ripping. All right, let's take a look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin has been absolutely ripping on the results of the election so far. Look at that. We are in the last hour. We have a, what is that? 2% bar. 2% in the last hour so far. In the last bar. 2 hours ago, when the first election results started to come in, we got, what is that? 2.5% on Bitcoin. That's huge. That is an absolutely massive rip by Bitcoin. Bitcoin clearly very excited. We've got that huge. We're looking at a breakout here in crypto, in Bitcoin, which would absolutely be insane. It would be insane to see a breakout based on the election results in the U.S., but looks like it could happen. Obviously, we've got major resistance here at Bitcoin at 73,000, going back to the spring. This is an accumulation zone. If we can hold this level right here throughout the next couple of hours, that would be a very significant development for Bitcoin. And if Bitcoin breaks its all-time high, I'm going to start looking for an alt season. Is it possible that we could see alt season tonight just based on the U.S. election results? That would be absolutely wild. Ethereum also has a huge green candle here from these election results over the last hour. This is a recent development I've been watching, and this has got to be over the last couple of minutes that we've seen this rip. Yeah, so we saw a small rip starting about 6 o'clock, and then we corrected a little bit, and we've seen a huge rip in the last 15-20 minutes. That is huge rip on Ethereum. We're up to 2,560 Bitcoin and Ethereum. Loving the results so far. New York Times has picked a lot, projected Trump will win with 287 electoral college votes. Obviously, way too early to call the results of this election, but crypto is loving it. Let's see what Polymarket thinks. The crypto betting market. Let's see what they think about the results of the election. Let's see if it's moved at all from where it was. 80% chance of Donald Trump winning. This could be a huge night for crypto. I need to change the title of this live stream if it keeps ripping. I mean, this is if these results continue, we could see crypto summer just based on the election results. Now, like I said earlier, I do think that we're going to see a small correction after the election, no matter which way it goes. I think if we see a Trump victory, I think we're going to see the markets, rip while we're up to about 80%, 90%, possibility of Trump winning. I think, if Trump is called the winner of the U.S. Presidential election tonight, I think in the morning you'll see another rip as people wake up and in the States and realize that he was called as the winner. I think it'll be very bullish short, but I do think we'll see a correction off that. And then in the medium term, I think with a Trump victory, we'll see a really good response from crypto. I think crypto is going to hit new all-time highs from that, and hopefully we could see an alt season from that as well. Hopefully that'll carry us right into alt season. That's what I'm hoping for. But like I said, we're way too early to call the election. But crypto is really excited with these results so far. Let's see how big these bars are. Not 1.5, not as big as Bitcoin. Bitcoin responding much more bullish to these election results so far. But way too early to call these races. Like I said, so we're gonna have to watch it through the rest of the night. But it's a good sign so far. We've seen some really volatile changes in election odds throughout the election nights. So we definitely saw it in 2016 when Trump unexpectedly won, and we absolutely saw it in 2020 when Trump was when I went to bed I thought Trump was going to win. When I woke up, he was deemed the loser. So Biden won the election, and that just shows these crazy swings that we can see during election night. And if we just look back, even over the last month, we've seen some wild swings in the betting market. So that is just more proof that it's way too early to call where this election is going to go. But definitely hopeful right now. Markets are hopeful that Trump will win this election. I think it'd be good, really good for crypto. Look at this. Look at this shift in sentiment. It's really big. We're gonna have to hope that these results continue. Let's go back and see what kind of results are coming in. We've got 77% of Georgia reporting. That's nothing new. 55, only 5% more in North Carolina. So still way too early to call, in my opinion. A lot of these Democrats are still up in Pennsylvania, which is a key state. Democrats need Pennsylvania to win this election. Pennsylvania is very slow at counting votes. I don't know. I'm from Pennsylvania, but I don't know how they count their votes up there. They might do it with blindfolds on. I swear it takes forever. Wisconsin results are starting to come in, slightly leaning Democrat, but Polymarket has Wisconsin picked for the Republicans. So we'll see how Wisconsin develops. Georgia right now, Trump has a lead, but we are waiting on more results from the Atlanta area. Atlanta's going to swing hard towards Harris, so that one's not over. It's definitely not over. And, of course, we're waiting for results from Arizona. I believe the polls did close in Arizona. It just seems like it's taken a long time to get results from Arizona. And then, of course, Nevada closes in about 20 minutes here, so we'll start to get results from Nevada. Nevada at one point was polling really well for Trump, but those margins have tightened in recent days. I think Arizona has polled very well for Trump. So hopefully for crypto investors, Arizona is as solid as the polls suggest. But we also saw that Georgia was a little less tight towards Trump. So he is leading, but the Harris is overperforming in the counties that she was expected to win, overperforming even from what Biden did in the last election. So Georgia definitely not over. we're gonna have to keep our eye on that one. Yeah, crypto ripping on the results so far. I'm gonna give my voice a couple seconds break and get a little water here. We're gonna throw back on some live analysis from NBC here. I think they do a pretty good job. And just see what they have to say. Here are the most important issues, which I think are pretty interesting. Economy is the biggest one. They've got abortions, the biggest one for Harris. I think that's where she's the strongest. Even though I think Trump's made significant ground on the abortion issue, I do think that she takes that hands down for voters that are concerned about abortion. Trump takes the immigration demographic. And state of democracy, I feel like that one's probably split. Maybe leans Harris a bit. Probably leans Harris, probably 60 to 70% Harris. And then the economy, you got to think that's mostly towards Trump. So we'll see how it comes in. Let's get to the live part of this broadcast, and I'm gonna grab some water so I can hopefully sound a little less raspy for y'all. As soon as this loads, I'm gonna do that. So just give me a minute here. We got the snow falling here in Colorado. I think that's why the internet is not as fast as it has been. A little bit slow here. Let's try to reload it. All right, before we go, let's take a quick look at Polymarket. Oh, let's see if Predict It. Is that a snippet change?
Watching and waiting here in North Carolina. As soon as we can make a call, again, too early, we're going to project it, guys.
Tom, you had a little something for everybody.
There we go. We're back up. We're back up with live analysis. I'm going to get some water. I'll be back. Oh, guys, we're spinning again. Let's look at Predict It real quick. Oh, Donald Trump has taken a significant increase in the markets for Predict It. This is more of a neutral
ballot measures. We saw the abortion
neutral
measure go down
betting
to
market
defeat
compared to
in Florida.
Polymarket.
It had a
It's
60%
not
threshold in New
the
York.
crypto one.
It passes easily, 71%
so
of
that
the
is
vote
a
gives the
significant
margin there. We'll
significant
go to Maryland. There was also
development, in
an
my
abortion
opinion.
rights
All right.
measure, and that easily passes as well. Both of those blue states. Let's bring Laura Jarrett into this conversation because we do have 10 states that have these ballot measures, and obviously Democrats have hoped that would help their fortunes, and especially in these battleground states.
New York, obviously not a place where people think of abortion rights under threat, but the initiative there was broader than just about abortion. It had to do with anti-discrimination principles more generally, reproductive health care a part of that, but it was also about pregnancy and the like, and so that's why it was even on the ballot in a place like New York. But you think about a place like South Dakota, a completely different story. We still have to wait to see what happens there. Arizona, a different story. Missouri, we still don't have enough in to be able to make a call on that.
And forgive me, let's see if the brain's still working here at 9:45.
You got a big set of cards there,
this is a late night for the Today Show. But Nebraska has two measures, doesn't it?
It does.
1 for, 1 against.
1 for, 1 against, and so we'll see how that
so
one
which
shakes
one
out.
wins? The one with the raw vote?
The one that
majority?
has the one that has the majority, but we don't have enough in to make a call on that.
And of course,
one
there have been other states that went this road prior to tonight.
Many states that had went this road and had been able to reach the threshold to pass it, Lester. That's why the Florida situation was interesting, obviously, as we've been discussing, different because of the threshold there. But you think about a place like Michigan, places like Ohio had managed to get it through in the past.
We have another presidential projection here we can put up on the screen here and walk you through it. I see it as you see it. NBC News projects Donald Trump will take the state of Ohio with 17 electoral votes. There is the breakdown of 441,000 vote difference now. 64% of the vote in Ohio. And again, Donald Trump is the winner there. And there's where it takes us on the road to 270. Donald Trump out in front with 185 electoral votes. Harris with 81.
All right, let's go to Savannah Sellers. We always need not one, but two Savannahs sitting at the desk at any time, if possible.
Got it covered.
Exactly. Savannah, I mean, you've been looking a lot into the youth vote, and we were just talking about abortion. And for young women, that obviously is a galvanizing issue for many of them.
It certainly is. For young women, it is their top issue. And that's where we're really seeing a huge gender divide also. For young women, 42% saying it is their top issue to just 10% of men saying that it's their top issue. When you talk about men, it's what you guys were mentioning earlier. The threats to democracy is up there, as well as the economy. There are certain states, too, where we are seeing, I know we were talking about North Carolina a moment ago, where we are seeing Trump improve specifically with that young men, the under 30. In North Carolina, when I came to set just a little bit ago, 60% said they supported him. That's up from 42% that voted for him back in 2020. So continuing to watch that. Abortion was also one where I saw a lot of activation on those college campuses all over the state of North Carolina. Just talking about getting out to vote for the presidential ticket with that being attached to it. Of course, with the issue being attached to Harris, and within Michigan, as well as in Arizona. Arizona's an interesting one, though, because, of course, as I'm talking to the expert when it comes to Arizona, but the state of ASU.
We're going to check in on the blue wall here, and we have a new characterization in the state of Wisconsin. Our decision desk now calling it too close to call. You can see Kamala Harris out front right now. 23% of the vote in there, but again, too close to call in Wisconsin. Our election night coverage continues next with another batch of poll closings, including a critical swing state. We hope you can stay with us.
All right, back for a minute for the ad break here. Whoa, 73% chance of winning. Looks like refreshing that, we're down to 71% for Trump on PredictIt, Polymarket. See if we've lost any ground there too. Looks like he has not lost any ground on the Polymarket. Trump down, or Kamala Harris down to 20% chance of winning. Man, I know these races are super close to call. I think, you know, when there's a clear path to victory for either candidate, we're going to see those odds go to pretty much 95% and 5% one way or the other. We could totally, I mean, we could see a situation where we completely shift if if Harris wins Georgia, Pennsylvania, any of these other big eastern swing states. I think we see those odds significantly change from where they are. You know, I think we could see those odds tighten up really, really quickly. And in Georgia, we've got some more votes in, and Harris is eating away at Trump's lead in Georgia. So definitely something to keep an eye on there. Some of those Atlanta, looks like we've got some more of those Atlanta counties reporting. Trump has lost his, lost some ground here on his estimated margin of winning. The state still only leans towards Trump at this point, with so many counties needing to report yet. So definitely nothing set in stone here. Way too close to call. Called Georgia, big state. See what we've done in Pennsylvania. My slow brothers up there counting, blind counters, I guess. But Harris still in the lead, but Trump has closed that lead. There's a 1 point estimated margin for Trump in Pennsylvania. Still have that blue county in center county in Pennsylvania they're left to report. So Kamala has some more votes there, and Trump does have some rural counties to make up some vote for there. But with the Trump victory, crypto's gonna boom. Crypto's gonna go to the moon, at least in the short term. So let's get back over. I'm gonna finish my potato here, a little short dinner, and I'll be back.
CEO. Let's go to Pennsylvania now. The Pennsylvania Senate race, incredibly competitive. Senator
right now, 31,000 vote difference, but again, Donald Trump will win there. Let's take you to the map and see where we are on the road to 270. Donald Trump with 191, Kamala Harris 81 electoral votes. And we also want to go back and revisit, I think we have Michigan and Pennsylvania, I think, both too early to call.
Too close to
Too
call
close to
at
call.
this
I'm sorry.
hour.
There we go.
Yeah, we'll pause there. Let some of our other stations catch up with us as we show you the road to 270, the map filling out, but we got a lot of work to do.
All right, welcome back. Here is where we stand right now on the road to 270. The map is slowly filling in. I think we're still at 6 of 7 battlegrounds. We've seen the polls close right now. So we're kind of in a waiting game. Actually, we have Kansas now. I believe we can make a call on. NBC News projects the state of Kansas will go to Donald Trump with 6 electoral votes. Here's the map now to 270 as we add that to the group. And Donald Trump out with 191 now to Harris's 81.
You mentioned we have 6 of 7 presidential battlegrounds to get to. Nevada will close here at the top of the hour, but let's look at Michigan. Too close to call right now, just 15% in. We could be up all night and perhaps beyond. Michigan didn't get called till late the next day in 2020. Pennsylvania, need I remind you, we were here till Saturday waiting for its results, but officials think they will be able to move a little bit more quickly, but at this hour, it's much too close to call. A tight race there, difference of 48,000 votes. So we will see how that shakes up. About 9:53, we've got more polls set to close soon. Candidates hoping to strike gold in the silver state, Nevada, rolling their dice.
We're heading into the final stretch. More poll closings across the West, including another battleground state.
Nevada and its 6 electoral college votes could be critical.
Nevada, get out and vote.
Nevada, ours is a fight for the future.
Both sides going all in, trying to win the state by targeting its large population of service workers.
No tax on tips.
We will continue our fight and eliminate taxes on tips.
We're moments away from the first results from Las Vegas and the rest of the state as our decision desk gets ready to make new calls on the road to 270.
And that brings us to NBC's Steve Patterson, who's in Reno, the biggest little city in America, and a key swing county there. Hey, Steve.
Hey.
Yeah, really interesting that both candidates promised to remove taxes on tips. You know, targeting, big target for Nevada. Very targeted for Nevada.
I'm in Washoe County, as you mentioned, in Reno. This is the Washoe County complex. It's like where all the government buildings are, the county clerk's office, register our voters. If you come this way, you can see this line snakes beyond the county recorder. That county recorder means you have 40 minutes to go left if you've reached this point. Meanwhile, though, we're hearing about lines that continue to be long all across the state, southern Nevada. There's a place called Nye County where we're hearing lines that are up to 3 hours long. They don't have enough machines per people in that county. What that means is, unfortunately, because they cannot really release the data on how many people have voted, who has voted, some of the returns, until the last person in line across the state has voted, it means numbers are going to be very slow. They can obviously tabulate sort of in person. They can tabulate the early voting. They can tabulate the mail-in ballots, but they can't release any of that data until the last person has left the line, which means it's going to mean a lot more coffee tonight for people that are trying to watch the vote. Also, one thing to keep track of, the nonpartisan vote. That's the reason why we're in Washoe County. This is an incredibly purple county. People vote the issues. They vote their feelings. They don't vote party line, which leads us to talk about nonpartisans. It is a third of the electorate in this state, higher share than Republicans, higher share than Democrats. These folks, we're not sure which way they're going to vote, which has been confounding pundits. And it's been really tough for people trying to read the tea leaves and what exactly the numbers mean. I've spoken to both campaigns in the state. Both seem to think that they have a Trojan horse. Of course, Democrats seem to think that nonpartisans are younger, a little more racially diverse. Republicans seem to think that they're going to skew more conservative. And so we will see. But unfortunately, I think not anytime soon. It could be a minute before we get any sort of results here in the Silver State.
All right. Well, Steve, stand by. Nobody sleeps in Las Vegas, maybe not in Reno either. We know you won't be sleeping tonight. Tom, let's look at Nevada. This is a state where Republican fortunes have risen since the last presidential election.
Yeah, you are completely right. They have a Republican governor there. Let's talk about Nevada here. Right now, no vote in. Obviously, still too early for us to even start to get data in right here. But let's go to 2020. Both elections, both in 2020 and 2016, the winner were Democrats. Clinton in 2016, obviously, and Biden in 2020. The spread, though, was only 2 percentage points, a little over 2 percentage points. That's why it's a battleground for us. It's one of the reasons why we're watching tonight. I'm going to give you a primer on Nevada. What you have to understand is a lot of Nevada is Clark County. It's Las Vegas here. This is 3/4 of the electorate here. If Democrats can turn out their voters here, there is no way that Republicans can catch up. Between Las Vegas and Reno, which is Washoe County, this is the battleground county here. About 15% of the vote here. The vote in Washoe actually is more reflective of the entire state, much more than Las Vegas is. It's reflective because it's a mix of both Republicans and Democrats. Democrats have been able to hold Washoe County for a couple of elections now. If they can hold it tonight and do well in Las Vegas, it's game over there. But look at all of this Trump country in the middle. It's not a lot of people, but it is...
All right, this feed's breaking up. But crypto is absolutely mooning right now on the election results. Look at these green bars. I mean, we've gone just today. We have seen an increase in Ethereum of 7%. That's huge. That is huge for a couple hours. And Bitcoin has seen even higher. I mean, I'm not going to chase this. I made my bet earlier on Doge, which is up, but the market loves this so far. 73,100 for Bitcoin, reaching that, getting close to that resistance, that high. I mean, we're at resistance right now. You see a couple sell-offs here. I really want to see, to be confident in this spike, to be confident in this recent price action. We're gonna have to see this hold, this resistance hold. So our highest point on Bitcoin was around 73,600. We are just shy of that, 73,100. But we're going to keep an eye on this price action from Bitcoin in reaction to the election. We need to see, some of these swing states get called for Trump. If we do, I think we're going to see some Bitcoin breakout of its for its all-time high. So that is wild. That is wild. Let's get back to the analysis. I'm going to post some stuff on this and we'll get back to crypto in a second.
About a month ago, weren't so competitive. It is incredibly tight. Senator Jackie Rosen looking for another term.
Look, if the way so far that Donald Trump's performing tonight versus Harris, this really is an indictment of the Democratic Party for the last 3 years. Because you want to talk about Nevada, you talk about the voter registration advantage. Republicans, basically, for the first 3 years of this presidential cycle, just destroyed the Democrats on voter registration. All across the country in the battleground states, Republican registration advantage. The last 3 months, Democrats have done well. 3 years versus 3 months. So far, the 3 years is paying dividends for Trump.
All right, there's the countdown. We are waiting for another batch of closings, and this will bring us to Battleground Nevada, which is our last battleground state we've not heard from, or the last to close the polls. NBC News can make a projection now in the state of Utah. NBC projects that Donald Trump will win in Utah and take those 7 electoral votes. And we go further into the west, to Montana, 4 electoral votes. Donald Trump, the projected winner in Montana tonight. Here's the map, the road to 270. Donald Trump now with 201, Harris with 81.
Does anyone think that the picture they used for Trump looks like Biden? I just realized that. Like a little bit. A little bit. I guess they're both old.
We didn't get a result in Nevada until Saturday, so we could be waiting a while. In fact,
Oh, yes, we remember.
Oh, we remember. You can send your mail.
Exactly.
Don't even bring
Don't
it up.
even
They
bring
said
it up.
everyone's
Yeah.
triggered here. Okay,
Yeah.
Pennsylvania. Too close to call. Got to say that was a Saturday call as well in 2020. Michigan, too close to call there. Let's see how much vote we've gotten, though, at this hour. Just 16%, so there's a lot of vote to be counted there. We'll move over to the state just nearby, Wisconsin, the other industrial Midwest battleground, 35% in. They are making some progress, but too close to call. Georgia, too close to call, but we are getting to a much higher number. We can get down into the counties in just a bit with Tom Yamas. He's right over there. North Carolina as well, starting to count more votes. Too close to call. And finally, out west, the great battleground state of Arizona, too close to call. That's another one that may take several days before we get results. So let's go to Tom. And I mean, Pennsylvania, we cannot talk about it enough. It may all hinge on Pennsylvania, just as it did in 2020.
Yeah, and earlier I was talking about Eastern PA. Guys, now have to talk about Western PA. Go Steelers fans. Let's start in Pittsburgh and Allegheny County here. 66% of the vote, and let's compare it to 2020. Slightly overperforming. That's good news for Harris, because that's what she needs to do there if she wants to win the state of Pennsylvania. And look at this, Butler County. You'll remember that's where that first assassination attempt took place, just miles from Pittsburgh. Look what a different place this is. Trump is on top. 71% of the vote is in. He got 65 in 2020, 65%. He's now at 64. He's essentially performing where he needs to be. I also want to see how the vote is in these Western communities, Western PA communities, because fracking was a big issue here. Vice President Harris had to change her position on that. Washington County, right here on the border, Trump with 60% of the vote. Let's see how he did compared to 2020. It's about the same. Westmoreland, right next to here, it butts up against Allegheny County. 47% of the vote is in. He's at 65. So he's kind of where his marks were in 2020. Remember, he has to do a little bit better. Erie's the one that we're going to be watching. This is the big swing county. We only have 1% in. The reason why we're watching this is because Erie almost always picks the winner of the election here. But we only have 1% in Erie County, but we'll be watching that. Let's move east now, because I know we have a lot of people from the Philadelphia area on the anchor desk tonight. See what's happening over there. Let's start in Chester County. Okay, so I'm going to give a quick whip around here. 2020, remember. So Harris has to drive up the vote in the suburbs just like Biden did and try to turn out that vote in Philadelphia County. So Chester's one of those ring counties. Let's move over to Delaware County here. She's overperforming there. Only a quarter of the votes in. Let's get to Philadelphia County here. 79%. She's going to want to increase those numbers. Again, we're still waiting on a lot of the vote. It's still very early. Remember, some of these counties are going to report late. Monco, 28% in, 69% overperforming there. This is where Governor Shapiro is. You may remember that. She closed out her final ad, sitting right next to Governor Shapiro, making sure the people of Pennsylvania saw that. And then I want to park on Bucks for a while, and then I want you guys to talk a little bit about Bucks. 24% in, but this is the county, the ring county around Philadelphia, one of those collar counties that Republicans thought they could make some inroads here. More working class in some of those neighboring suburb areas, counties. They say Southern Bucks might be a little bit more Trump country. That may have changed this election. We're going to have to wait and see. But you can see here the numbers aren't as high as they were with 24% in, 56% of the vote. Trump's going to have to try to run up the vote a little bit here if he wants to do better. I'm going to look at one more area before I send it to you guys. This is the swing care. Northampton almost always picks the winner in Pennsylvania. This is Easton. This is Bethlehem. That's that whole Lehigh Valley area there. Biden was at 49. Harris is right there. Look, guys, it's tough to draw any kind of information on who's on top or who's lower right now. Still too close to call. Trump's on top, but only about 17,000 votes. You remember the spread in 2020 was about 80,000 votes. So a lot of votes still out here. One thing I do want to mention, there was an exit poll out of Pennsylvania on Latino voters, and they broke for Trump in a major way. That could possibly be a deciding effect here in Pennsylvania because you're talking about 600,000 Latinos that are registered to vote. Guys, back to you.
Can we talk a minute about the amount of money that is spent in some of these races? Pennsylvania, I'm looking here, Pennsylvania, Biden, Harris, plus the DNC, $131.7 million.
Yeah, $314 million, I think, overall when you add both campaigns together.
$1 billion if you throw in the Senate race.
That's right. That's right.
No, on one state.
Yeah.
I remember making a big deal like 12 years ago. We had $1 billion presidential campaign. One state.
Isn't that so funny? Because it started out as a tie, and now tonight we're ending up, and it's a tie right now. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we're going to be living and breathing Pennsylvania.
That's interesting, though. What Tom just mentioned about the exit poll. And again, do your caveats, but for Trump to win the Hispanic vote in Pennsylvania would be pretty huge.
Trump has to win the Hispanic vote in order to win Pennsylvania, in my opinion.
A big Hispanic population in Pennsylvania, especially in that Lehigh Valley.
That's right. There's a big Puerto Rican population in Pennsylvania, too, the most of any.
All right, looks like we need to reload here. But yeah, Trump needs to win the Hispanic vote. He's making a big grounds in the Hispanic vote. So in order to win Pennsylvania, definitely has to do better with the Latino population. We've seen that in Florida. There's some data suggesting that that is happening. If he can translate that, if that translates to Pennsylvania, then he's got a better shot at Pennsylvania. But Pennsylvania is just neck and neck right now, and it's really tough to call a winner. Let's see what the betting markets think about Pennsylvania. So the betting market, that's the overall winner. Let's select the state-by-state view here and see what Pennsylvania is, or Polymarket is projecting for Pennsylvania. Polymarket has got 84% chance for Trump to win Pennsylvania. And it has just shot up in the last couple of hours here. Looks like Trump's sitting at 83%, which is huge. They're liking that. They must be liking some of those exit polls showing that the younger population of Pennsylvania is voting for Trump, and also some of that demographic data as well must be playing into it. So. We will see what happens. The betting markets have been pretty good so far, although Georgia on the reporting data and Pennsylvania on the reporting data are much closer than the betting markets would make you believe. Still waiting on Nevada to close, and Arizona just closed, I believe. Where are we at in Arizona? Arizona closed a bit ago, but they have not had any data reporting. Well, they got 36% now. All right. So we have seen some data from Arizona so far. But let's see this shift from 2020. So it looks like in in the counties and states that Trump was expected to win, he's getting more votes. So that should add to his popular vote total. Still don't think he's going to win the popular vote margin, but Harris also making roads in looks like here in Colorado, actually in some counties in Nebraska, which is surprising, and it looks like in Bismarck here in North Dakota. So it looks like both parties, both candidates, have done a really good job rallying their voters. So we will probably see a record turnout from voters in this election. You know, if this keeps up as polls start to close in the West, and it's tough to say who that benefits. Obviously, if Trump's able to get a demographic shift from, steal some votes from Democrats and Latinos and get a higher percentage of those voters, that's basically -1 vote for the Democrats and +1 for the Republicans. I don't think we're seeing the same demographic shift for Democrats, so they're going to have to rely on if that's the case, they're going to have to rely on just greater turnout of their base, and it does appear that both bases are voting with enthusiasm. So we'll see how that plays out, but you definitely see it in Florida, and you've seen it all across the coast here. Not enough reporting in Pennsylvania yet to determine that. Arizona, with 40% of the vote in, is leaning Trump slightly, only by 1 point. The crypto markets are loving this election results so far. If we do see a Trump victory, I do think we'll see some major bullishness in crypto. Be ready, though, if he does win, for correction. I think people are underestimating the correction we're going to see, just based on crypto markets pricing in Trump win, and then if he does win, I do think that excitement's going to wane for a little while. And we're also seeing I don't have the chart up. We've also seen a lack of money being pumped into stablecoins, and we know that we need to see inflows into stablecoins to see sustainable increase in crypto prices. So hopefully that'll shift if we do see a Trump victory, and we'll get more money into stablecoins, and therefore an alt season. We're really close to Bitcoin breaking out of its all-time high here at 73. Oh wait! Oh shit! Excuse my language. We just hit an all-time high in crypto, in Bitcoin. We are at 73,600 was the previous all-time high in crypto. That must have just happened. Oh my God. New highs in crypto. Bitcoin, new all-time high. All right, that's wild. If we can hold this resistance here at 73.5, 73.6, we are, I got to post this, new all-time high in Bitcoin. Woo! Yeah. This is wild. On election night, new all-time high. Now, there's always the risk. We can't get too excited yet. There's still a risk that Trump does not win the presidential election. And I think that would be very bullish, or bearish. I think that would be bearish, especially for the next couple days. And if we don't have a decision on the election tonight, I also think we'll slip back under those all-time highs. So really risky time to invest, but hopefully you've got your plays. I picked up some Doge earlier, not financial advice, but I wanted to play the election on Doge. Doge is not doing nearly as well as Bitcoin is, but it's just kidding. I'm sorry. Doge is up 36% today. This week, sorry. I did pick up some Doge just a couple hours ago to play the election, and it looks like we had a couple nice candles there, 17% an hour ago, and then about 3 hours ago. That was like 3 hours ago, and we're at 4% right now. Let's go to the hour chart. So we hit a high on Doge of 21. And Doge is a fun play for the election because if Trump does win, we've got the Department of Economic Efficiency or Department of Government Efficiency. It's fun play, and Doge will fit right in there. So I'm sure Musk, who's publicly endorsed Trump and campaigned for him, will pump his Doge in some way or another. And exciting times for crypto if we can keep this momentum up. Obviously, it depends on the outcome of this election, and prudent not to get too excited before we get some of these swing states called. All right, so let's see if we have any. Let's go back to some analysis from NBC. I think they're doing a pretty good job, at least for a couple minutes here. See what they have to say.
Let's go over here to another county, Dubuque County. 94% of the votes in. Trump's at 52.
Of course, it freezes.
Trump was at 50.
As soon as I go to it, but.
So he's growing in both those districts, in both those counties, I should say. For Democrats to flip.
Basically, what they're talking about right now is that in Iowa, Trump is increasing his margin and increasing his lead compared to previous elections, which is good in Iowa. I don't think Iowa has not been called yet. Only 40% of the vote reporting. Right now, this is huge. Wow. New York Times is projecting right now, without all the votes in or any of the swing states called, they're projecting that Trump wins the election by 295 electoral votes to Harris's 243. 78% chance of victory for Trump right now. We've got Arizona leaning towards Trump, even though Harris is in the lead here, and by 0.88 points. We've got Georgia, still 5 points in the lead, leaning likely Trump. We've got North Carolina leaning slightly Trump, and I think that's a big shift. Last time we looked, we had 55% of the vote reporting, and now we've got 73% with Trump having about 200,000, less than 200,000 vote lead right now, with about 27% of the vote remaining. Right now, they're projecting a 3-point win to Trump, but I'm looking at this meter, Harris can still win. There's still a path to victory for Harris in North Carolina. Obviously, one of the biggest swing states. Get an update on Georgia. It looks like Trump's holding his margin of 200,000 votes, a firewall there. The margin of victory for Harris is getting a lot thinner here. There's not a lot of opportunity for her to overcome Trump's lead at this point. You can see that the meter is swung highly towards Trump here in Georgia, which would be huge win for Trump. Let's update the map and see the electoral map and see what that means for Trump if he does win Georgia. So we'll go back to let's go back real quick to not that. Let's go back to the map. And then the map of the U.S., and we'll throw them in. Take a bite of bread here. All right, Montana projected to Trump. North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Utah. Colorado projected to Harris. Illinois projected to Harris. We got New York to Harris. Rhode Island to Harris. New Hampshire still not called. Delaware is also going to Harris. And it looks like we've got one of Nebraska to Trump. I think that's a one electoral vote district. Louisiana to Trump, Arkansas to Trump, Texas to Trump, Missouri to Trump, South Carolina. All right, we've got Ohio to Trump. All called by New York Times. So that gives us 196 votes. Actually, it must be they must have 2 of these called for Trump so far. Sorry about that. Let's get that in. There we go. We got the rural counties in Nebraska to Trump. They might split some of the other districts, but that's what we got for now. That would be 198 electoral votes to Trump. I'm missing one for Harris here. We're in New Jersey. New Jersey going to Harris. That's 109. They've got 112 on here. I must be missing one more. Oh, D.C. D.C. goes to Harris. And if Trump does take Georgia, where it looks like he's leaning strongly towards Georgia, that's 214, 230 if he takes North Carolina as well. So, looking pretty strong right now for Trump. Let's see what the betting odds, the Polymarket thinks. Trump at 87% chance of victory. Now, betting markets are, 89%. Keeps going up. According to the betting markets, Trump is predicted to win Georgia, Arizona. I think it's a little too early, but betting markets think he'll win Arizona. I think he'll win Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, and Pennsylvania. I'm surprised the odds have shifted so strongly towards Trump in Michigan and in Pennsylvania, where the race looks really tight in Pennsylvania. So there must be some exit polls that bettors are leaning on to bet on Trump. Either that, or they've they're just playing off the momentum he's had so far. But a lot of the momentum has been in these states that he was expected to win. The Ohio's, West Virginia's, middle of the country here. He did win Florida by a huge margin. He has had better turnout in this election than he did in 2020. So maybe bettors are looking at that. But it's not over. This election is not over, and these odds could shift suddenly. I'm a little concerned, being such a high likelihood of a Trump win right now in the betting markets, just because you could have one of these states like Pennsylvania or North Carolina go to Harris, even though he's looking really good. North Carolina not as good in Pennsylvania, and he could lose Pennsylvania, and that would shift the odds very quickly. I mean, there's not a lot of data in Pennsylvania right now that gives me a 80% confidence. What is he? 90% confidence in bettors are that he'll win Pennsylvania. I'm just not seeing the data that gives me that much confidence right now, unless we've seen a big shift, but we haven't. I mean, there's still through margin of error and lack of reporting, there's still a significant chance that Harris can take Pennsylvania. He's slightly projected to win right now, but we also have Center County coming in as a red county, and I grew up around there, and this county's always blue. So we definitely need to wait on some more. You can see 50% of those votes are being recorded. So there's a lot more votes to come in there, a lot more votes to come in the Philadelphia area, a couple more votes to come in Erie. And the other thing is Erie has predicted the way that Pennsylvania has voted in the past. So just to be that confident, I can't believe betting markets are that confident, just based on the lack of reporting we have from some of these more populated, more Democrat-leaning areas. Some of these, you could see it in the estimated margin of winning. There's still probability that Harris picks up Pennsylvania +5. Now, it's very unlikely, but it's in the realm of possibility. So it looks like based on how votes compare with 2020, this is a significant stat that you want to look at to see kind of how turnout is for each candidate. And so far, a lot of those cities, like I said, aren't reporting all their votes, but some of these more rural counties have turned out a lot more voters than they have in the past. So that is one of the good signs we have on Trump's side. On the Harris side, I think what she's got going for right at this point is there's a lot of votes left to report in Pennsylvania. So definitely not. I'm not super confident on Pennsylvania at this point. Georgia finally has over 90% of the votes reported in. Looks like New York Times sees a really small margin for Georgia to go to Harris. So let's take a look and see if we've gotten any new projections from NBC here.
Is it Donald Trump or is it the Republican Party?
Or is it the Democratic Party? Okay, meaning like I don't, it's the Democrat. It is, first of all, Latino voters in many ways are driven by the same issues. And there's one issue in particular, actually, that Republicans align closer with Latino voters, or Latino voters align more closely with the Conservative Party, and that's school choice. And that has been, and you can't help but wonder, both Florida and Texas have been very aggressive about expanding school choice. Where have Republicans made the greatest gains among Hispanic voters? Florida and Texas. So education, the economy, those issues, bread and butter issues, and that is how they talk to them. I'm not saying Democrats weren't, but for the cultural issues don't play as well with Hispanic voters as they may with college-educated whites or even African.
And we saw the Trump campaign hammer some of those issues in ads over and over again. Take a break right here. Coming up next, things are heating up. The votes are rolling in. We've got the latest on the battleground states, and we're inching closer to that 270 mark. Stay with us. Election night rolls on.
All right, I'm back. We're going to commercial on the NBC. Let's get back to see if we get any results. I'm curious how some of these other states look, how turnout is for both candidates in some of these states that they expect to win. Georgia, okay. Georgia is very likely Trump to win at this point. That is huge for Trump. That is massive for Trump. And, if he does take Georgia, he doesn't need, let's see, let's go back to the projection map and see what else he needs to win. So if he does take Georgia, as it's leaning strong to Georgia, very low margin for for Kamala to take Georgia at this point, but still possible. He gets Arizona, Nevada. If he's able to pull out, he's going to pull out Idaho, I think for sure. If he's able to pull out Kansas, which I think he does, and Iowa, then he only needs a couple of these swing states to win. I think he'll need what can he do it with? He could do it with a combination of Wisconsin and Michigan, although Michigan's a little tighter. The betting markets really like Trump in Michigan right now, or if he takes North Carolina and Wisconsin, he's got it. So looks like the path right now for Trump is North Carolina, Wisconsin. Kamala's going to have to win Pennsylvania at this point. If Georgia does go to Trump, I think there's no way she wins without Georgia. Let's see let's see what Kamala's path to victory looks like. I think she's winning Minnesota, California for sure. I think she'll grab Oregon and New Mexico as well. And in that case, if she pulls off Virginia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, she's got a victory. So she needs, either Michigan, Wisconsin, and these two. I think she'll just need those two votes, or those two electoral votes in Nebraska. That takes her to, and she's got Hawaii. So pretty confident on Hawaii there. So if she's able to take Wisconsin, Virginia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, that's her path to victory right now. I don't think Virginia is called. I think it's expected to go to to Kamala. We've got, let's see, yes, it's very likely, a very slim possibility for Trump to win Virginia. So, I think we can fairly confidently call Virginia with 73% of the votes reporting. I think we very confidently call that for Kamala. Even though the vote is really close, it looks like a lot of these counties by the city, by D.C., some of these Richmond counties have not reported a lot of votes. So I think there's a significant number of votes to come in there, 30% of the vote left. She's going to do really well in those counties. So I'm going to pick, personally, I'm going to pick Virginia for Kamala right now. Let's get, where's the map? So we'll pick that for Kamala. And Colorado is for Kamala. Let's wait till some of these polls close to get some of these more western states. Is Minnesota called yet? Minnesota's not called. They only have 4% of the vote in, but it's a pretty safe Kamala state. Minnesota is there. So we've got 4% reporting with a 21% lead for Trump, but I don't see that holding. We'll take it off for now. But she's Kamala's waiting right now on Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Michigan, and Wisconsin are the areas that she's able to make up a lot of ground. North Carolina now is reporting likely Trump. Oh, I thought it said very likely. It does not. Just says likely. So let's see how Iowa's doing right now. Iowa is a lean Republican. It's very likely for Trump to win Iowa at this point. Doesn't look like there's a pathway, at least with the math, for Kamala to take Iowa. Looks like that's converging pretty quickly for Trump. So we'll, as to be expected, so we'll keep Iowa in the Trump camp. And then what else do we have reported in? Idaho doesn't close until 11, so about 27 minutes for Idaho to report. And then we've got some big ones too, like Nevada. Nevada did close, but we don't have any data in. The polls closed, but we don't have any data in from Nevada yet. I think in Nevada, the lines have to be completely, have to work through the polls there. I recently did hear a report that in Pennsylvania, one of the counties near me, growing up, actually had to close down. So some sort of evacuation of the building. I don't know if it was a fire or something, but interesting. Maybe sounds like things are going on there that lead to the vote taking a while to count and all the voters to get in. So I'm sure that's just a one-off, but just a random report from Pennsylvania there. Let's go back to Michigan. Michigan is leaning towards Trump right now. Looks like that still in the toss-up area. We've got a little bit of the Detroit area reporting. You'd see when it's like transparent like that. That means that we don't have less than 50% of the vote in the Detroit area. So we got to think that's going to go significantly towards Kamala. So that'll be a big Kamala counties there. And we've only got 20% of the vote reporting. So we're gonna have to wait and come back. Let's see how Polymarket feels right now on the election. Polymarket's sitting at 89% Trump. Not not terribly huge movement. Looks like Georgia. The markets are projecting Trump win in Georgia. I think that's a pretty good bet right now. Not a good bet, but a pretty accurate representation. Still surprised on Pennsylvania. 86% to Trump and 14% to Harris. I just think Pennsylvania's a little too close to call. I mean, last time we looked at this, like an hour ago, we're sitting at 70, 60. I feel like we were sitting, it was a little more than an hour ago. We were sitting around 67%. That lead is only grown for Trump, but it's leveled off. I mean, it's just taking time to get data. And that's what happens. I mean, we get, markets just get a little more uncertain. And that's a little bit why I'm concerned about what's going on with Bitcoin. I would not be a buyer of Bitcoin right now because like if the election shifts, if Kamala starts to win some of these swing states, like crypto could be extremely volatile to the down. Like we could get just a huge dump, and that would be a little risky. So hopefully you took your bets already. Holy crap! Bitcoin at new all-time highs, up to 75,000. Wow, it is retraced from there, but that is insane bullishness. We're gonna need to, to keep this rally. I'm looking at Bitcoin holding that 73, about 73.5 number. I think that's really important for Bitcoin to hold that. If Bitcoin holds that, I think what we see is, we see potential alt season soon. So if it's able to hold that over the next couple days, that's really bullish for an alt season. My biggest concern with crypto right now is we haven't seen a lot of new liquidity entering the market. Like the altcoins, people just aren't adding to altcoins, and it's kind of concerning. I want to pull it up so I can just kind of show you guys what it looks like. We'll go back to let's go back to Line and take a look at why I am a little concerned. We need more liquidity in the market to, so that these new all-time highs are sustainable. Bitcoin only goes up if people are throwing money in. So otherwise, it's just a short squeeze. Like this could all just be a temporary short squeeze if if we don't add more money to the market. And there we go. All right, come on, boy. All right, let's see what it looks like here. Over the last couple days, actually the last couple weeks, we've just seen liquidity level off. We are seeing we're seeing people putting some money into alts over the last couple days. Or not alts, but into stablecoins the last couple days. That's a good start of a trend. I want to see that trend continue because if we're not adding to stablecoins, any rally is going to be unsustainable. We can't count on prices of Bitcoin or alt season coming around if we don't have liquidity to do it. So let's see if we've got any updates from New York Times. All right, we've got North Carolina called very likely for Trump, so we're getting really close to a Trump victory if he's able to take Georgia and North Carolina. Then he only needs one of these Great Lakes states. I believe that's all it's going to take for him to win the election. Let's make one more of these charts just to do a projected Trump victory. See what he need. Yeah, so all Trump needs at this point is North Carolina and obviously Nevada, Arizona, and one of these Wisconsin's or Michigan. If he wins Michigan and Wisconsin, I think it's pretty much over. Yep, it is absolutely over. He doesn't even need Arizona or Nevada to win. So Michigan and Wisconsin a lot tighter than North Carolina or Georgia, but North Carolina, Georgia, both very likely for Trump victory at this point. Let's go get some live analysis from NBC.
We're chit-chatting constantly, but the seniors piece of it is interesting because think about who actually gets out and votes, right? Who is more likely to get out there and vote? It is seniors. So there's some fascinating dynamics at play, and as we're all talking about, 10:40, we're only on our first cup of coffee.
I think one of the dynamics at play as we watch these results come in that's so fascinating. You think about how close, what a tough slog Pennsylvania is as we watch this come in. And you think about that decision that she made to have Walz as her running mate, as opposed to Governor Josh Shapiro. So
I will say Walz is a terrible choice for Kamala. Like, what was she thinking?
A lot of people question.
I don't get that pick. I don't get that
with
pick.
Shapiro on the ticket, and
Governor
you have
Shapiro,
to think folks are thinking.
well,
about
I mean,
that.
if she loses Pennsylvania, you can guarantee that story is already being written. I mean, Senator McCaskill, Josh Shapiro has, even in pretty red counties, is a very popular governor.
He is, but so is Tim Walz in the Midwest. And I think what her decision was, you know, one of judgment, where she looked at somebody who had a resume just like hers, and she looked at someone who was much different. He wasn't Ivy League. He wasn't all smooth. He was relatable and a coach and somebody who really kind of oozed Midwestern relatability. And I think that's, she thought, was an add plus as opposed to just a mirror of who she was. And, you know, I don't know if it was the right call or not. I think they're both terrific people. Either way, they're going to be around. Shapiro's not going anywhere. You may see him on a ballot in the future.
Yeah, I'm just going to call it out. You sound like you see the end here.
I don't. I do think that, you know, obviously we're disappointed about North Carolina and Georgia because there was a real feeling that there was such a good ground game compared to what the Trump
And to be
team
clear,
was
we
doing.
haven't called those.
No, we haven't. But I'm looking internally at the numbers, and they're not as hopeful as I would like them to be. I still think we have a path, obviously, in the blue wall states, and I don't think anybody knows how Nevada is going to turn out. And I think that is another one. We could have.
The path gets really tough if she does not win Georgia or North Carolina. It's really tough. But possible.
How's that?
Let's go to NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber now in Gwinnett County, Georgia. Ellison, how are things going there?
Hey, Lester, so we're starting to get initial numbers from the early voting in this county. Initially, they were a little delayed in uploading some of those to the public because they said they were having difficulties with their software of getting a clear image. They were going line by line with a Republican watcher, a Democrat watcher, and other election officials getting those votes up. But now they have those reported, and based on the percent of early votes that are out, Harris is leading in the early votes that they have tabulated in this county so far, but still they haven't counted any of the precincts that reported today. That process still happening here. So you see these people coming in. They're all people who have come from the different precincts in this county. There are 156 precincts in Gwinnett County. What they're dropping off right now, you see these purple bags here. Those are provisional ballots, in addition to a lot of blue bags. And the blue bags, I'm told, have official election material that had to be returned, pamphlets, things that sort of gave directions to the election workers. All of that stuff coming in now. It's coming in waves. The first wave of stuff that was brought in from precinct captains on were the memory cards with the vote. That's something that election workers tell me is a way, a thing that's changed over the years. They said they used to get everything, the election materials that had to be returned, provisional ballots, and the memory cards with the votes all at once. And because it took a while to clean up, it would take a little longer for those memory cards to come in. Now they get the memory cards first, then the rest of the materials. The memory cards, they're actually in all these little bags. You see them unzipping there. Those are from 156 different precincts. Each precinct has at least 2 memory cards that have the vote count from today on them. They go in here, they get processed, and they go out to the public. So they're still deep in that process right now. But let's go again to the back, because this is where we see a lot of activity happening on and off, whether it's the early votes being processed and scanned and tabulated, or mail-in ballots being opened and sorted, or provisional ballots being reviewed. So remember, the thing that we were watching in this county was what would the margins be like, because it leans Democrat. We expected Democrats to carry this county, but ultimately back in 2020, Donald Trump got 40% of the vote in Gwinnett County. And what Republicans were hoping was if they could notch that up by a couple percentage points, they could cut in to Harris's margins. And then if they also did well in Republican strongholds, could potentially carry the state. What we're seeing in turnout is turnout so far has exceeded the turnout numbers in 2020. And right now, based on what has been entered, Trump is holding at about 40%. So right now, those extra percentage points haven't come. Could that change? Yes, that's Tom Yamison's lane. We'll leave him on that. Over here, though, is where they're going through some of the different election material, and they've also been sorting provisional ballots. You can see them in the back here, Savannah and Lester. They're just busy working. They will be here late at night. They expected the last bit of stuff to come from the precinct to get here at 11:30. Savannah.
All right, Alice. And thank you so much. We're going to take a short break right here. Many more poll closings coming up at the top of this hour, including California and its whopping 54 electoral votes, and a look at who's ahead in the race to 270 on election.
Well, we know California is probably going to Kamala, so I would be surprised. I was shocked. I would be shocked if it didn't. So we've got a couple more calls here, but I think the big news is on Polymarket. I just checked Polymarket, and Polymarket is 93% predicting Trump wins. So that is huge. That is a huge bet. I think we're starting to price in a Georgia win and a North Carolina win here. The road to victory with Trump win in North Carolina. Harris is going to have a really difficult time winning the presidential election if she's not able to pull out North Carolina or Georgia. She would definitely have to win Pennsylvania. Let's look at an update on Pennsylvania. They've got some more vote reporting, and we got 62%. Is still very variable. I mean, we still have a huge margin here. Slight lean to Trump at this point, but Philadelphia still has to report a lot. That's the bluest part of the state by far. Center County here not reporting much. Altoona area, the Cambrian County not reporting much. If you're familiar with the counties there, but it looks like Trump has made significant progress through the closing of the polls and the initial count, and his lead's kind of leveled out here. So we'll see how the rest of the votes come in. A lot of those Democratic counties have a lot of vote left to count. In the counties that in Pennsylvania that Trump was expected to win, it looks like he's had greater turnout this election cycle than in 2020. Looks like what's her name, Kamala, also has some greater turnout in the most populous county so far by votes in Cumberland County. But it looks like Trump's margins are just higher. The Republicans lost this. Biden won Pennsylvania last cycle, so he definitely had to make an improvement on his turnout, or on a shift from votes to the Republican to Trump. It looks like that story is playing out positively for the Republicans, for Donald Trump, but still way too early without some of these bluer counties getting all their votes in. So we're gonna have to see more, because Kamala's gonna be able to make up her vote differential in those cities, and we're just too early to tell. But we've got Georgia still leaning very likely Trump with 93% reporting. Let's see how wide that margin is. So he's got about 140,000 vote margin here, which is a pretty healthy margin. I think it would take a lot at this point for Kamala to overcome that firewall he's got built up with 93% of the vote reporting. So, I think this is likely Georgia's likely a Trump win. Big news here in North Carolina. Oh no, it just took a while to update. So North Carolina is also leaning very strong towards Trump, like I said, with a Georgia and North Carolina loss. For Harris, it would be very difficult. She's going to have to win Pennsylvania, and some of those western swing states in order to seal the election. And looking favorable right now for Trump. And poly market, the betting markets agree. Poly markets, the crypto betting market, so always has favored Trump more than Harris. But let's see what predicted. They're a little more neutral, and they've been more favorable to Harris. So surprisingly, though, it doesn't seem to make too much of a difference. Donald Trump's predicted 92% chance to win, and only 12% right now for Harris. So you can see the betting markets reflect there's a very slim path to victory for Harris at this point, just looking at the votes. And we still need to see some of these states called. But right now it's looking favorable to Trump. I wouldn't be surprised, if we see some surprises, and these markets kind of go a little haywire. And so would crypto. Crypto's been pricing in a Trump victory for a little while now. I'd say for about a week. We've seen over the last couple of hours Bitcoin reaching new all-time highs. It's been quite a wild ride for Bitcoin just during this election. Let's look at I don't know what this pop-up is, but let's see if we've had any movement on liquidity. So these new all-time highs are great, but my big concern right now is with liquidity in the market. And liquidity usually doesn't get added super quick, but over the next, we have a nice trend here. But I do want to see over the next couple of days that we continue to add liquidity to stable coins in order for this this rally to continue. Is without a rally in in cash and stable coins or money in stable coins, without this continued market cap rally, the any sort of crypto rally is not sustainable. It's temporary. So I think we definitely saw over the last couple of days a short squeeze in Bitcoin. And I say that because if you look at let's see if we can plot Bitcoin against the stable coins here. And to me, this is an obvious short squeeze, because when you don't add much new liquidity into the market, so I'm looking at this time period. Let's change this to orange because Bitcoin is orange. It's just the rule. Can't change the rule. It's almost a law. So we saw this really big, really nice move in Bitcoin. This is that's the margin on stablecoins, so we can't call it that. But this big move came with actually a decrease in liquidity in crypto, and the reason that's significant is because if you're adding no new money, where's this coming from? Well, I think it's coming from a squeeze, which means we did get a little bit of we did get a couple buyers, and people are forced to liquidate their Bitcoin positions. And that's causing prices to go up for Bitcoin because they're having to sell. But anyway, this is a really nice trend we've seen over the last couple weeks in addition to liquidity, just breaking new all-time highs in stablecoin liquidity. But we're going to have to see this continue for this rally to be sustainable. So it's good news. But comes with a caveat, and that just means that we got to watch it, right? It doesn't mean anything more than that. This is a really bad Ethereum data feed. So this one's a lot better. Let's look at what we're doing with Ethereum. Yeah, see, Ethereum's a little more muted. We're definitely not entering alt season here, but a new all-time high. If we hold new all-time high in Bitcoin, that's a catalyst that we could see, move into altcoins and Ethereum and give us some sort of alt season. On the daily, it looks like we're just about to cross into a rising stochastic RSI. So that's good news. Let's see how we look on the weekly. Weekly still looks strong. That is a very, very good look on the stochastic RSI, very bullish look on the stochastic RSI for Ethereum. On the 2-week, We look like we're going to break out into the buy zone. We're still in the oversold area in the SRSI, but this is a momentum indicator, and I don't like calling anything right here because we're not in that buy zone. But like I said, I think a new all-time high, one that we hold above resistance, above 73,500, about 73,500, would be good. Bullish for altcoins and bullish for Ethereum. But altcoins are usually the lagging performers. Usually we see Bitcoin rally before we see altcoins. So if you're looking for altcoin picks, and I think it is risky because we are end of cycle, but it's a risk I'm taking. So I'm still holding the altcoins I believe in. But the reason I drew this line is because I think if we break this line, we'll see extremely bullish action on the RSI. No guarantees there though. So if you want more information about how I use this line and RSI for picking my tops and exit strategy, I've got that information coming out here shortly in my members channel. My members have access, market navigators and above have access to those videos, and I've got 2 exit strategy videos out so far. We're coming out with a 3rd technical one here very shortly, just so we're all prepared for alt season when it comes. Anyway, let's get back to the election. See if we've got either of these, Georgia or North Carolina, called at this point. We've got to be getting close. New York Times is not called either of them right now, so no new updates there. We've got Pennsylvania leaning Trump now. It was a toss-up, and now they've switched to leaning Trump. Wisconsin is also leading Trump. We've got, let's see what kind of path to victory we got for Harris. Still a large path to victory possibly for Harris. Madison, one of the bluest areas in Wisconsin, looks like most of their votes are in. So there are some other blue areas that have yet to report. So I think we're just waiting on some more reporting here. But Trump has not a great lead, honestly, by number of votes, but 2% lead. So they're basically saying they don't think it's going to change much, but we need to wait for a lot more votes to come in to make any sort of judgment on Wisconsin. Right now, Trump's most likely path to victory is winning Georgia, North Carolina, and Nevada, Arizona, and one of these Great Lakes states. Still have yet to see how Pennsylvania is going to play out. I know they're picking it as a lean towards Trump at this point, but we've only got 68% of the vote reporting, and you can see here in the estimated margin, like there's a large path for Kamala Harris at this point. So kind of on our toes because Bitcoin is pricing in a Trump win, and if Kamala is able to find a way to path to victory here, I think Bitcoin's going to absolutely dump, but it's looking less likely. So let's see what we've got as far as updates from the NBC crowd.
You started small with chair workouts.
Oh, they're in commercials, so we're not going to see. Let me mute those guys real quick. Let's see if we've got any new exit poll data. I think Florida's already decided. We can close the Florida tab. Actually, let's go back to Ohio's Senate race. We were watching Ohio's Senate race because we've got a very pro crypto Republican and an anti-crypto Democrat. Looks like betting markets are saying that the Republicans probably going to win this one. 98% chance. I pretty much call that for the pro-crypto candidate at this point. So that's great news for crypto. Getting another pro-crypto senator in there. It will help us, help us on the crypto side. Hopefully, get some legislation to develop crypto in the U.S., which would be phenomenal. All right. Let's see. Yep, no decision in Montana. All right, let's get back to the NBC guys. They came back on there.
Wisconsin, we just called California. Now let's go to our battlegrounds. Pennsylvania, too close to call, 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock in the West. Same story in Michigan, too close to call at this hour, with about a third of the vote counted there. In Wisconsin, it is too close to call. You knew it would be a tight election. The polls all showed it, and that's certainly being borne out tonight. 60% of the vote in there. In Georgia, it is too close to call. Getting closer to that final number there, but we're still, the margins are just too close to make a call in that presidential race. Same thing in North Carolina. In fact, it's too early to call. We're still awaiting vote there. In Arizona, let's go out west. We've got two battlegrounds out west. We've got Arizona and Nevada. Polls closed there about a couple of hours ago. Well, 2 hours for Arizona, last hour for Nevada. Both of these too early to call. And Tom Yamas over at the board. And we talk about Arizona. We haven't given its due tonight in Maricopa County. And don't forget, the great county of Pima County, home to Tucson, Arizona.
And give some credit to Arizona. Already 50% of the vote is in. I mean, they're doing their job there, so congrats to them. Maricopa County, this is the big swing county that we're going to be watching here. This is going to be about 60% of the vote in the state of Arizona. So important. If you want to win Arizona, you got to win Maricopa. You can see Trump won it in 2016. Biden won it in 2020. Tonight, with 50% in, Kamala Harris is on top right now. Phoenix, one of the fifth largest city in the country, one of the fastest growing areas in the country. Something else interesting about Maricopa, it's not so much people from other states moving there for the jobs, it's people from all over Arizona moving to this area. You have Mesa, Tempe, Scottsdale, a lot of growth there. We're going to go to this other county here, Pima County. Savannah, you've heard of this county? Maybe, maybe not. 50% of it is in. This is Tucson. This is a Democratic stronghold, but it's not like Cambridge, Massachusetts, right? It's not 60-40 split. It sometimes is, but not really. Tonight, she's doing well. She's turning out the vote there, about 30% Hispanic in Pima County as well. It's on the border. Just next door to Pima is Yuma. Now, this is majority Hispanic, an interesting county, but this is a place where Republicans can run up the score. Trump overperforming right now. Only 35% of the vote is in. Arizona, still very, very early, 11 electoral votes. As we get information, we'll sort of dissect it and figure it out, but it's going to be a while before we call Arizona, Savannah, as you know.
All right. Thank you, Tom. We got our panel here. We got Chuck. We got Savannah Sellers over here. Chuck, what are you making of what we're seeing, what the trend lines are?
There's a reason why there's anxiety in the Harris camp and growing enthusiasm and optimism. I mean, all the trend lines, this looks a lot more like 2016 to me than it does 2020. And you're seeing whether it's rural turnout surging up, but we've had to up our projection of total turnout in Georgia than what we saw. And as we'd been saying, and we'd seen this, higher turnout was always going to be better for Trump. Not, you know, there's always been this pre-Trump era conventional wisdom used to be Democrats would perform better, but he has the sort of the occasional voter. And it looks like, and we're actually even seeing evidence of what I call these shotgun Trump voters. They come in, they vote Trump, and they leave because there's about 100,000 vote gap. I mean, the Democratic Senate candidates in the blue wall are all in better shape right now than Harris.
And did Republicans crack the code of early voting and finally glomming onto that, even though Donald Trump is sending a separate message?
Well, one might argue now, if you look at the 3 Trump elections, 1, he obsessively made sure people didn't vote early. 2, he didn't. 1 was at 16, and then it's this one. So you may be onto something, but I do think the bigger story is their ability to expand the electorate. He used to have a ceiling of about 47, 48. That's not the case tonight. He expanded it another point or 2. That's significant. As we know, in a razor-thin environment, even if you're just adding 50,000 to your voter rolls, well, that's the difference between winning and losing half the blue wall. I heard your Dallas Cowboys thing. You know, I mean, there you go, right? I mean,
again.
Yeah, I mean,
It also works for Lambeau Field. That the last four, literally, the election.
a better stadium to pick. You don't want to have losing team.
Yeah. Oh
right?
my gosh.
For the losing
Here we
record.
go. Here we go. No, just that our elections, our last election was decided by 80,000 voters in 4 states that would fill
But
football
can we also
stadium.
remember one other thing here? Because she was trying to do something as a sitting vice president that had never been done before. Succeed an unpopular president. Okay? Hubert Humphrey tried to do this, and he came 1 percentage point short. It was a very close election. The electoral vote wasn't close, but it was a very close election. But he came up short. Al Gore tried to do this. While Bill Clinton's presidency was popular, Bill Clinton, the individual, was not. We all know he came up 537 votes short, as Lester will tell you over and over again. So the last sitting vice president to win was George H.W. Bush, with an outgoing president that had a 60-plus approval rating. He was at 41%. I mean, that is, you are asking somebody to overperform in a way that we may find out was politically impossible.
This sounds a little bit like a postmortem, so I want to make sure.
No, and I don't think we're there.
We have not called.
And let me give you the view from the Harris campaign.
And by the way, they know.
All right. How many times have they said, "Oh, this sounds like you're talking about the election's already over"? Data's not looking good on the Kamala side right now. But like I said, states aren't called.
Exactly the point, right? Which is why I wanted to jump in here on this. She says, they say that the closeness of this race is what we prepared for all along. They still see data trickling in from Sunbelt, but all along they knew it was going to be blue wall. I mean, listen, to a degree, of course, this is what they're going to say, but they say they think they're still feeling good about Pennsylvania, overperforming turnout in Philadelphia in some of these areas. In Michigan, they say there's still a lot of vote to come in. In Wisconsin, there's still a lot of vote remaining. General O'Malley Dillon says in this memo, we've been saying for weeks this race may not be called tonight.
I'm going to interrupt here because we do have
Lester.
an NBC News projection in the state of Oregon. NBC News projects that Kamala Harris will win in Oregon when the votes are counted. Here's where there's the.
All right, let's
breakdown
update the
right now.
map.
220,000 vote difference, 45%.
No surprise, Oregon going to Kamala. Washington already projected to Kamala. California projected to Kamala. And we've got, I've got Virginia going to Kamala. It's very likely lean.
Interesting.
We got Georgia. I got Georgia right now to Trump, although that could shift. If let's see, Trump's path to victory right now is North Carolina.
It's going to be a bit, but the bottom line is they feel like this race is not going to come into focus.
Possibly Wisconsin. He grabs Arizona,
Hallie just read.
then he needs either Michigan, Pennsylvania, or Nevada. So
Still
still way too close to call. I'm going to take Georgia off here right now, but yeah, let's go back to the analysis.
A lot more vote to count, so I want to be very cautious in saying this. But tonally, it is fascinating that is the message that they're.
Well, not for nothing. They did their last rally, Kamala Harris in Philadelphia, on the eve of the election.
All she did was focus on
which is exactly what
They had their eye on the ball. I mean, you can't say, right, they didn't do that in 2016, right? She was doing Arizona, she was doing Texas, and she
But
sort
the
of...
night before was in Philly.
True, but they sort of didn't do the blue. To their credit, I mean, she lived in Pennsylvania, but I'll tell you this, we'll see. There's probably a lot of people wondering who should be the running mate? Who should be on this Democratic ticket?
We had that discussion because some people will... If she loses Pennsylvania, there'll be a lot
and if that's the only state, right, that'll be the hand wring.
Because Josh Shapiro is a very popular Democratic governor who was on the short list for vice president. Let's bring Savannah Sellers into this. I mean, what are you reading out of the exit polls? Are you seeing any trend lines? I know you've got your brief. You really look at young voters and you've got your finger on the pulse there. What stands out?
Absolutely. I'll start with some numbers and then give you some anecdotal information. First, let's talk about first-time voters. This is not just young voters, but that's 57% of these first-time voters are under the age of 30. They are breaking for Trump. That is a major reversal from 2020. 53% for Trump right now, 46% for Harris. Back in 2020, 64% went for Biden. Something that I've been tracking and I've been even watching it tonight on apps like TikTok, on apps like Instagram, when you just talk about like who's popular, who do people like, the Harris campaign had such a robust internal social media play. They had this team of 20-somethings. They had very little oversight. They were allowed to kind of post what they wanted, react in real time to trends, to the news cycle.
We remember Brat Summer and the whole Brat
They co-opted that immediately, right. Exactly, which, by the way, is a compliment to say Brat now. But for the former president, there wasn't so much going on internally. It was not as robust. He had this sort of grassroots organic catch-on TikTok. I heard so many young people say to me in a positive way also, he is a meme. His things travel far. It's objectively funny when you see this information. So many young people, therefore, on these apps were served content straight from and straight about the former president. And we are hearing so much right now. I'm hearing that in lines in Arizona. Gotti was mentioning that earlier. It's so much. It was because I heard him on a podcast. It was because of this thing I saw on TikTok. I also heard from a voter in almost every single swing state and multiple in several of them, including Pennsylvania, voters who were eligible in this age group to vote in 2020 who did not. And they came out tonight to vote for the former president.
I'd be so interested. He's winning the youth vote in these exit polls. I'd be fascinated to see what the gender breakdown is there, too, because this poll with young men.
Yeah, I think that's fascinating that Trump is doing well with the the young voters. That's a big shift. I remember going through college. It was not popular to be a Republican. I was always been an independent, but yeah, it's interesting that he is gaining ground on the young vote, and the Latino vote, and part of black men as well. Those have been the areas that he's polled really well in. And it'll be interesting to see what the demographic comes out in the final results.
On this first-time men, Trump 62%, Harris 36%. First-time women, the gap is less here. Trump 46%, Harris 53%.
Yeah,
so that young men turnout is real.
Well, people who thought that young women would be voting in droves for Kamala Harris, especially because of reproductive rights. I mean, that exit poll does not suggest that.
Absolutely.
It doesn't, and this goes back to what Chuck has been saying, which is that the person who ultimately winds up winning this war of the sexes is the candidate who does a better job appealing to the weaker gender for them, whoever's weaker for them. And so we've seen Trump not only clearly energize, drive up young men of various different racial backdrops, but also chip away at Vice President Harris's lead. I mean, her lead among women continues to be, based on what we're seeing so far, less than his lead with men.
The gender gap is interesting, but also, as we've alluded to here on the table, the education gap is also becoming such an interesting storyline here, as Chuck talks about kind of a realignment in this moment and where we are. That's another thing to be watching for tonight. Again, it is 11:11 Eastern time, but there's still plenty of votes to come in.
I want to go to Tom right now. Tom, I'm looking at Wisconsin. Looks like 62% of the vote in there. You're picking up some things. Share them with us.
Yeah, too close to call right now. Trump on top 50%. The difference is 39,000. Remember, the last two elections in Wisconsin, presidential elections, 20,000 votes was the difference between both candidates here. We want to go back to Madison, the capital of Wisconsin, Dane County. This is also the site of the University of Wisconsin as well. 92% of the vote in. Harris doing a little better than when we last checked in with her. But again, she's slightly underperforming Biden. She still has time to catch up. There's still 8% of the vote that's out. We actually know exactly how much of the vote is out. About 30,000 votes remain there. So maybe she picks up the margins there. We also want to talk about Milwaukee. This is the biggest population center in the entire state of Wisconsin. Right now, 54% of the vote is in. So a lot of that vote is still out. It's probably going to be a little bit later till we can call Milwaukee by itself. Biden was at 69. She's down about 2 to 3 points. Again, this would be concerning for Democrats. But look, there's still a lot of vote out in Milwaukee. Door County, if you've been following the presidential race at all, everyone's been talking about Door County in Wisconsin. It's this peninsula that shoots out into Lake Michigan. The last 6 statewide elections, presidential elections, I should say, they've picked a winner. This is a good sign for Kamala Harris. She's on top there, overperforming Biden just slightly. 95% of the vote is in. Again, or if we bring it out to past elections, it almost always picks the winner in the state of Wisconsin. So that's a good sign for her because it's a bellwether. I do want to check in some of these Democratic strongholds. Eau Claire, 92% in, kind of performing at the same level as Biden. That's good news for her. She wants to keep it there. We don't have any data there. What else we have? I think here in La Crosse, this is another Democratic stronghold, 92% in. Biden was at 53. She's 55, I should say. She's slightly underperforming. So listen, still a lot of vote. Let me see how much vote is still out. Still about 40% of the vote. But here's what's tough for Democrats in Wisconsin. Of the battleground states, each of those blue wall states is different. But of all the battleground states, Wisconsin is the widest. So they can drive up the margins with at least African-American voters and some Latino voters that are going to stay loyal to the Democrats in this election. What they can do, there's about 100,000 college students in the state of Wisconsin, and they usually fare better, much better with those university students. We're going to have to wait and see, as we say right there, too close to call.
All right, we got a big projection to give right here. This is the Ohio Senate race. It was a hotly contested
Georgia, they're
race.
calling Georgia. That's my
Bernie
prediction.
Moreno, the car dealer, Republican, will pick up that
Oh, no.
unseating the incumbent Sherrod
Go
Brown.
crypto! That's the crypto senator.
Because barring any unforeseen circumstances, it appears
Heck
that
yeah.
Republicans
All
with
right,
that victory
let-
will take control of the United States Senate. Again,
Republicans
it's not an official projection
will
at that moment,
take
but
control
things,
of the
happen
Senate
as
most likely,
expected.
which
It
is huge for
look like a
passing crypto-friendly
two-seat
legislation.
in the
So
Senate, and so
whether
this is
Harris
a
or
hugely
Trump gets into office,
vote here. Sherrod Brown, in a
the
red
control
state,
of
fighting
Senate
for his political
will be
life.
good for
He's
more
pulled
more
that back out of
favorable.
the
I mean, it's still very
a few
split.
times, but not Harris.
Split
times,
Congress. I think
and
House
he
is
has
projected
been
towards the
someone who's
Democrats.
been very adept
So
at
let's see where we're at.
that line,
Yeah.
reaching out to working
Yeah,
class
Democrats have
voters
25
throughout the state.
to
His
make
father was
up.
a doctor,
Democrats
grew up in
have
Mansfield, really had that
43
working
more
class
seats to pick
appeal,
up.
and yet
And there's no real
this
projection on,
Trump candidate,
you know,
Bernie
who
Moreno,
will.
a car
It's all these
dealer,
toss-up.
able
It's all these
to
toss-up races that are way too
Again,
early to
we were
call.
looking for
They haven't even
ticket splitters.
counted
Didn't
votes
find one
here
in
for
the
some of
state
these in
Ohio.
California
Again, this in line with
in
what
the
we've
House.
seen,
So
which is that ticket splitters have
we've
been
got some more time
He
to
only
determine,
underperformed Sherrod
you know, how
Brown
friendly
by about 2 points. He needed to
the
overperform.
Congress overall will be.
This is no longer
If you win the Senate, that is a big deal, though. Senate
question
has a little more control
The question
of
was, can they
legislation
limit
than the House does.
Republicans
So
to
a little more
52?
contentious.
Because if they can limit it to 52, then you can find 2 or 3 seats to pick up in the 2026 midterms. But if it gets to 53 or 54, right, which is very possible tonight. I mean, they've got Montana,
Held
which
Texas,
Republicans
they
are
held-
favored.
yeah.
They've already held their 2 vulnerable seats. Nebraska's sitting out there, and it's really is a coin flip race right now. That's a unique situation. But they could get to 53 or 54, which could put the Senate out of reach for Democrats for 4 years. So at this point tonight,
All right, big update here. Huge update. The New York Times has called North Carolina for Trump. Huge update. So we can fill in North Carolina in our ballot here, or our projection 27, 270 to win. Man, I'm getting tired. Been here for 4.5 hours now. Thanks for streaming with me, guys. All y'all who's still on. We have, so in order for Trump to win, he needs 40 more electoral votes. Those could come from Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Nevada, Arizona. Let's see if he somehow picks up Michigan. Yeah, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Wisconsin. Or he just needs, Georgia's already leaning strong to him, or he just needs Georgia, one of Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania to get there to 270. Let's see what Kamala's path to victory looks like. Right now, Kamala would have to win, I think, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. I think she's going to win Minnesota. She'd have to win Nevada or Arizona. So if she has to sweep the Great Lakes states or win Georgia and pick up one of these western states or sweep Great Lakes and Georgia. So there's still a path to victory for both candidates. And even though Georgia is looking strong, strong Trump at this point, not a lot of paths outside of, including Georgia, in my opinion. I mean, Georgia is very, very strong leaning Trump at this point, and not a lot of vote left to count. Although it is pretty tight. She's only down by 136,000 votes. So we got Savannah and some of these western counties here where she could pick up some additional votes. Left to report. Yeah, we could show the counties that are left to report to. Where are they? Right here. So there's some Atlanta counties that need to report. Savannah, and those counties could make it up for her at this point, but not looking likely in Georgia. So it's for Kamala, it's going to be the Great Lakes, and either one of Nevada or Arizona to get there.
Election day results from Philadelphia, but we do know that we overperformed turnout expectations there and have seen especially high turnout in places with non-white and student populations. One thing they're keeping a close eye on right now. About Michigan particularly, they say the city of Detroit won't be reporting out until roughly midnight, but that they have seen strong turnout from early vote and election day voting in other parts of the state. And finally, in Wisconsin, where they're keeping a close eye on that blue wall, that they do not expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow morning between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. But the biggest takeaway perhaps from this memo is the sense that as the chips start falling, it appears that they are leaning heavily into the blue wall, which started and may be ending as their best path to victory here, in spite of some numbers that show they still have some ground to make up. There's still a lot of data out there, and that's where, at least according to her memo, which effectively said goodbye to the staff for the night, said we'll do it again late into the night and start again strong in the morning. That's where they are as this night heads toward midnight.
All right, Peter, thank you. Now, without further ado, let's go to the hosts of Pod Save America, Democrats John Lovett and Dan Pfeiffer, both White House veterans. And Dan, I know you to be a number cruncher, and I wonder what you're thinking about the numbers that you're seeing. You just heard what the Harris campaign is saying, but the vibe check is that this path is narrowing significantly, and that it's blue wall or bust at this point for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, that seems right. And you look at the numbers, it's very clear that Trump is overperforming in rural counties, and Harris is overperforming in suburban counties. And what is going to maybe the deciding factor here is primarily going to be what is the turnout and the vote margins coming out of Milwaukee.
We got loading issues, so we're going to look at some of these exit polls. See if we've got any exit polls to look at. Snow is slowing down the internet speeds here in Denver, Colorado. All right. Looks like Republican Party is projected to win control of the U.S. Senate with that Ohio win. It's a flip from a Democratic seat to a Republican seat. Let's see what else we've got. Any other updates? Trump projected to win in Georgia. That is not the position of New York Times or NBC. It looks like someone projected him, though. So if he does take Georgia, I agree with that. I think at this point he wins Georgia. I don't see a lot of paths for Kamala to win that. There are some counties in Atlanta that don't look like they have fully reported yet. So, but as you can see by this, the dial, there's not really a pathway right now based on the outstanding vote and vote percentage. So.
To Republicans, Mike Dubke, White House Communications Director under former President Trump, and Sarah Fagan, a former aide to George W. Bush. Mike, first of all, give me your thoughts here. We've had no calls in battleground states so far. Is this a matter of viewing pieces through a microscope right now?
That's not true. North Carolina was called by the New York Times.
Well, it sounds that way from the Harris campaign, but I want to stick with the vibe comment that John Lovett just made, because I really do think that what we're seeing now is this coming to fruition, this vibe versus issues election that we've had. The Harris campaign really put on the vibes, the joy, and all of that. And I think the Trump campaign tried to stick to issues: immigration, inflation, instability around the world. And if you look at the exit polls that you all have been talking about today, you really see that Americans think that the country's on the wrong track. We think the economy, we were better off 4 years ago than we are today. And when you look at the way Harris tried to distance herself
All right, getting more load issues. Let's look real quick at what crypto's doing. Ethereum down off of those highs we saw earlier today. Bitcoin.
Performance with Hispanic voters, with young voters.
Bitcoin holding 74,000.
To hang their hat on.
700. Let's go to the daily.
It's not over. There's votes to be counted.
Let's go to the daily here.
Blue wall states tend to be red mirage. You know, they go red and then they tend to go. The race narrows.
Look at that pump on Bitcoin. That's just crazy. We'll see if we can hold that overnight. See what international investors think of this pump on Bitcoin. But that is huge. That is a huge pump. We're still holding 74,700. I would imagine that, I'm just guessing here, but I imagine we come down in the next day or two and test this level of resistance, the last all-time highs. But new all-time highs for Bitcoin on the U.S. election. That is absolutely wild. That is wild. We've got plenty of room to move up here on the RSI to not take out those previous peaks. Let's see. How do we look on the daily though? Yep, a lot of room to move here. That takes us back to early February. I think that we could easily do that on Bitcoin, and on the 2-week, looking really good on momentum here for Bitcoin. We just need to see this momentum pick up in altcoins, and we're close there too. I think others are lagging a bit, so we'll look at others. Yeah, others are in the momentum territory, but we bounced back off of this trend line that we broke out of recently in the last it was in August or so. Early September. We actually broke out in end of September there, and we held that trend line, and obviously looking good on the others. There's the altcoins since we did break out there and saw this bullishness in reaction to the election. So If Trump can squeeze this one out, I think we see these new all-time highs hold, and then we see altcoins move into alt season. Man, I'm getting tired. All right, let's see if we get a couple more updates, and I might call for the night. Looks like we're frozen here. Let me exit out of some of these tabs. North Carolina called. Georgia basically called. Ohio Senate race is over.
This is a rural county. Trump is overperforming here. We go to another rural red county. Overperforming here. We come down here to Doherty County. She's slightly overperforming Biden there. But again, if she wants to win the state of Georgia, she's got to be doing better than Biden. It seems like she could be doing that in Atlanta. The numbers are good for her right now in the metro region, but it's still really too close for us to call here in Georgia. So guys, I'm going to send it back to you.
Okay, Tom, thank you so much. I want to go to Chuck because, Chuck, we were talking about Donald Trump getting new voters, people that didn't vote in 2020, and those voters breaking for him. And you're seeing some pretty astounding numbers.
Well, you are. You know, it's interesting. Well, first of all, look, Georgia is going to shrink. You got about all of this vote is going to be Democratic vote. She's got to win the remaining probably 2 to 1. That's like a reasonable thing. I mean, Georgia's probably going to be decided by 4 or 5 digits.
And where the vote is outstanding,
exactly.
you think there's a shot?
Yeah, I think we will be. I think we might be sticking around Georgia for a little while. Just it does. If you're them, you can't totally write it off. There's a path there. But our pollsters did some quick noted some comparisons to 2020. Just simply Trump margins. These are not in the battleground states, but it gives you a hint of the possibility Donald Trump could actually win the popular vote if he wins the Electoral College tonight. So, for instance, in Texas, the only one, Texas by a little over 5 points in 2020. He's won it by 14 points tonight in Iowa. It was 8 points. It's nearly 15 points tonight. In Florida, it was 3 points. It's nearly 13 points tonight for Trump. Now, let me give you some blue states. Virginia, it was a 10-point Biden victory. Looks like it's going to be somewhere between 2 and 4 this time in Virginia. New Jersey, 15 points Biden. Right now, it's 5 for Harris. Illinois, another state, is a little under 10. It was at 17 points for Biden. So Trump has improved his standing in a lot of blue states. We've seen that in our own polling. But it is why this time we are unlikely to have a split between the popular vote and electoral. Whoever wins the Electoral College is probably going to win the popular.
Those are pretty dramatic margins. I mean, we're not nitpicking.
That's wild.
About a point or 2 here. You're talking with Texas
5 points, 10
6.
points.
Trump winning the popular vote would be absolutely wild. And not very many people predicted that. Let's see what the prediction markets have to say on Trump winning
Well, this is the Hispanic shift in the South.
Trump winning the popular vote. Because right now we're at Trump's at a 94% chance to win the electoral vote and win the presidency. Popular vote, wow. This is a wild bet. Trump was not predicted in the even in poly market to win the popular vote. Let's look at this. This swing has got to be massive. Yeah, starting tonight, he started gaining ground. Started before the election, he was at 27%, just at 5 o'clock today, 30%. Now he's at 90% likely to win the popular vote as the votes came in. Absolutely wild. Absolutely wild.
Wrong direction. That's the backdrop to all of this. President Biden and this immense dissatisfaction with the direction that the country's headed.
It could be the Democratic Party allowed itself to just organize itself being an anti-Trump party. And in some ways, so focused on creating an anti-Trump coalition, they stopped being a political party, right? To come up with a basic agenda and You know, and again, right now, I get what that.
Yeah, in my opinion, that's where if Kamala loses, that's where she lost. Is instead of running on policies, running on the anti-Trump agenda. I think she got all the anti-Trump voters that she could really get there in the last couple weeks, instead of focusing more on policy and more on the anti-Trump message. I think I just think there wasn't a lot of ground to make up there for her. So anyway, thanks y'all for watching. We're at just shy of 5 hours on this live stream. Thanks for spending election night with me, and thanks for watching. And have a great night. And hopefully we see a crypto win. That's all I really care about. Just want a crypto win. Good night. Take care. And we'll talk to you soon.